fly ball center. Edman drifting back. Tommy's under it. He's got it, and the Cardinals have a shutout win. 3-0 is your final score. Clutch hitting, outstanding starting pitching, Jim, and the Cardinals bullpen was perfect over the last 2 1/3.
Let's get nasty on a Friday. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Andrew Marsh, Jamie Rivers, I'm Anthony Stalter. That was Chip Carey on the call last night as the Cardinals avoid the sweep, boys. They did it. They avoided the sweep.
They did.
They look good. And, you know, sometimes,
they look
Jamie,
really good.
Jamie, if I can here, to open up the show.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, sometimes in life, when you have these high expectations for something, I think the number one thing that you have to do when things are, going sideways, you're battling through adversity, you're not getting what you want or what you expected. I think the number one thing that you have to do is just be patient.
Yeah, Anthony, I noticed your clothing today is the Be Patient T-shirt that we introduced here in the Fast Lane.
Yep.
Boy, oh boy, we had no idea what this was going to become, did we? I wish we could reissue them almost at this point. Are you taking a tack hammer to a hornet's nest right now? You want our listeners or our viewers to look at that, and you've got a reaction. Like, people have a reaction right now on camera.
Yeah.
To be patient.
I'm sure what they're seeing right now and what they're saying to themselves and what they're believing in their hearts is that last night was the turnaround moment. Last night was the circle the wagons moment. 3-0. You hadn't been getting good pitching. Jack Flaherty, dominant as ever. I'm sure the contract extension figures will be coming at some point in the next couple of hours. We'll be breaking them down,
As we should.
Bullpen saved you. Bullpen was very good again last night. Or not again. I shouldn't say that because it's been an absolute dumpster fire. But last night it was good.
Hicksy didn't have to throw to first.
Nope.
It was an ideal situation.
You know how you avoid throwing to first? Just strike everybody out.
Yeah.
Or at least one guy. Yeah.
So Jack Flaherty, it's an odd game for him, because I think I read some stats somewhere where
he was good.
He gave up the most hits without having a run scored on him or something. There are some obscure stats to where he faced a lot of batters. And now, in fairness to Jack Flaherty, most of the troubles he got himself into, he got himself out of. So hats off for that. I mean, that's called being a major league pitcher. And I thought he was as dialed in as I've seen him. I liked what I saw from Jack Flaherty last night.
So he gave up 9 hits. What Jamie's referring to is he gave up 9 hits, did not allow a run, walked 2, struck out 5. He's had some weird stat lines.
That's what I'm saying.
Right from the get-go.
It's like it shouldn't make sense at all.
Remember his first start of the year?
Yes, I do.
His first start of the year.
0 earned runs that game, Anthony.
0 earned runs. He faced the Blue Jays on April 1st. He went 5 innings. He allowed no hits, no runs, struck out 4, and walked 7. He's had some odd stat lines. One of the things I was thinking about that, I'll save that. This is a good thing here. Cardinals won a game last night. People are feeling good. It's a Friday. Jamie, you and I extended our beat the streak, and you hit another home run for yourself last night.
I did. I doubled down on my guy, Nolan Arenado, and he just said, I'll take care of this in one swing.
That's back-to-back games for you to hit a home run. But, yeah, Nolan Arenado hits the home run, and he runs around the base pass at Mach 7 speed, full of energy, full of life. When he hit that home run, it almost was like this release of everything that had been bothering him. Just
a big release.
Big release. Yeah. You've had those, Jamie.
Oh,
a big release, and then all of a sudden you're like,
you know when it happens. Like, you can feel
good.
Yeah.
You feel good in the moment. So in this case, he hit the home run. So you feel good in that moment. But when that release happens, you also feel great.
So sometimes you feel exasperated.
Sure.
Almost like he's just given everything. And then you just want to almost just collapse.
Yeah.
A little bit of clarity, too.
A little bit of clarity.
You're definitely at your most focused in those moments.
Yeah. He looked focused. He looked dialed in. He almost got hit by the pitch before and then went ding-dong Johnson.
Well, he's
Taco.
Marshy's been putting in the work. He's been pounding away constantly. Pounding. And he got it done finally last night.
He finally got the reward. He finally got the ding-dong Johnson.
Certainly, yeah. So he hits the home run last night. Alec Burleson reached on an infield single to shortstop. Gorman scored on that. 8th inning, they tacked on another one with a Nolan Gorman double, and that scored Lars Taylor Tatsui Nootbaar. Really nice series for Nolan Arenado. Not a really nice series for the Cardinals. Of course, they dropped 3 of 4. But again, last night is where it all turns around, guys.
Avoided the sweep.
Yep. Sure, they're 36 and 51 on the year. Sure, they're in dead last. They're one of the worst teams in the National League. This is one of the worst starts in the organization's history. You're 12 and a half games back of the Reds. You're minus 36 on the run differential. You've dropped 6 of your last 10. You're only 17 and 25 at home, which is absolutely pitiful. But this is the moment that we'll look back where we said, we should have been more patient, because this team, they're firing in all cylinders.
Everybody loves a comeback story.
No doubt. Hey, did you like that comeback story in 2019?
I did.
That
loved
suit
it.
you?
Man.
Because that team was left for dead, too, at that point. Mm-hmm. Right around the All-Star break was when they started to turn things around, huh?
It certainly did.
Where are we at here? Just for fun, because I don't want to say I'd given up on looking at the standings, but Anthony, I'd given up on looking at the standings.
Probably fair.
All right, they're 12 and a half games back. Yeah, that ain't happening. But it doesn't mean we can't celebrate good moments. And I know that the question is that where we're at right now? We're just yeah,
100%.
I mean, it is. That's where we're at. Like they had a nice win last night against the Marlins, a shutout victory. Everybody looked like they did their job very well. Flight to Chicago, and now let's hope it carries over into this series. Mm-hmm. That's where we're at. That's where I'm at.
It's a happy flight. That's what they started to call it in 11, Marsh.
Well,
it's a happy flight.
They were winning games.
Somebody on the text line absolutely hated that, by the way.
Hated the happy flight thing?
Yeah, they're like, here it is. Chip Carey said it, Rabowski said it, and Nolan said it after the game during his interview. It will be a happy flight to Chicago. After losing 3 of 4? Come on. I get it.
It's all about what you've done for me lately,
The text line is not wrong in that, but when you have a losing season, when you're playing very poorly overall, the only way to get your sanity back sometimes is to actually enjoy the good moments. That's how you get your ball club back. I don't mean back as far as like winning the division or even getting the playoffs. I'm talking about so it's not miserable for these guys to go to the ballpark every day. And guess what? They go to the ballpark almost every single friggin' day. And if they're not going to be happy about a victory at some point when the season's gone so wrong for them, they're going to go crazy.
Yeah.
So you got to celebrate a little bit.
Can you imagine getting on the airplane? Damn it, we won!
Right.
Yeah. You guys be quiet in the back.
No cards!
No food. This team lost 3 of 4, no food.
Arenado just walks up and down the lane there for the alley and just flips over the food.
Yeah.
You eating?
You shouldn't eat.
You eating? Donovan?
You weren't hungry all series. Now you're hungry?
Oh, your back is better now? You're eating? I also liked, and I don't know what was said, but I liked that Wilson Contreras kind of got up at one point when, who was it, Sanchez or Cruz? I think it was De La Cruz.
What the hell was going on there?
I don't.
He got all fired up over a walk?
Well, De La Cruz kind of, I don't know if it was a situation where he was expecting Flaherty to maybe challenge him and he got the curveball instead, and then, he mouthed something to Flaherty. But either way, it was kind of nice for, I don't know, so this team to maybe come together for 2.5 seconds.
I would have liked it.
I think he was fired up because of...
Get the first.
The at-bat he had was a pretty good at-bat. He fouled off a few pitches, and I'm sure he was just pumped up that he ended up taking the walk.
Right.
But, I mean, that might be the most odd thing to get excited about and, visually excited about.
Right.
It seemed very excessive.
Oh, absolutely.
To the point where I was I'm still perplexed as to what the hell was going on in that moment. I don't know.
So the Cardinals open up a new series against the Chicago White Sox, and maybe we'll get a chance, guys, to look at some of the future Cardinals pitchers this weekend, huh? That'd be nice. You got Dylan Cease on the mound tonight. Boy, he would look great in a Cardinals uniform. I don't know if they're trading him, but that certainly would be good. And I think Lucas Giolito gets the ball on Sunday, and Lucas Giolito is a free agent at the end of the year, so maybe a future Cardinal, guys.
So here's a question for you two. Do you want to see them pitch well, or would you rather see the Cardinals, maybe batter them up a little bit?
I would. Boy, that's a real Marcy's
Actually,
choice.
here's what I would like. I'd like the Cardinals to beat the living tar out of them. Mm-hmm. Drive the market down on these guys. Yeah.
Hey, how about Lance Lynn the other day?
Well, Lance is doing his thing,
Yeah, he is.
Lance is doing his thing. If you want him, Marsh?
I mean, he fits the mold of the starting pitchers that this organization goes after at the deadline. Bring him back.
Oh, boy. If you're old and can eat innings, you're the pitcher we're targeting here at the deadline. All right, it's 2:11. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. We'll get into Jack Flaherty staying in that game last night. We'll get Ollie Marmol's comments on it. Is Ollie finally, is he changing his ways, guys? Is he learning? I don't think so, but nonetheless, I thought that was a pivotal moment last night. Plus, I'll tell you really why I was happy. Cardinals won last night, and Flaherty specifically dominated. That's next on 101 ESPN. Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum, that's going to be the spot that you're going to go to this weekend, because if you're in a search of a new car, then Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum, that's going to be your spot. They have over 700 vehicles on the lot right there in Herculaneum. You don't have to travel around. They don't have to bring in cars for you. You have to wait weeks while they go get it. No, they've got them right there in Herculaneum. They do a great job of providing all kinds of different makes and models and selection for you. They've got new Nissans. They've got certified pre-owned vehicles as well. When we started shopping around for our new vehicle, we wanted to make sure that we had a third row. We wanted, of course, to get a great deal, also have a reliable vehicle, but have financing options that were going to meet our budget. Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum, they matched everything for us. We got a Pathfinder, Nissan Pathfinder, brand new Nissan Pathfinder. Very affordable monthly cost on the Pathfinder, so they finance the vehicle for us perfectly. And we love how spacious it is, how we can fit in the car seats with no issue and still have plenty of room, whether we're going on vacation with our luggage or sports, for the weekend. We love our Pathfinder, but they've got Altimas, they've got Nissan Titans and Rogues. Check them out next time that you're out to Herculaneum. In fact, check them out this weekend. Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum. Don't forget, they're the home of the free nationwide lifetime warranty. Tell them Stalter sent you.
fly center. Carlson on the run, still going at the edge of the track. The park big enough to hold that. And Flaherty strands 3 more Marlins in the 5th inning. Pitch 82 for the Cardinals right-hander. Here it is. And he struck him out. 94 down and in. Nothing Cooper could do about that. Jack Flaherty makes his way to the Cardinals dugout. A magnificent performance, but he leaves it to the Cardinals bullpen in the 7th.
And that bullpen got it done for the Cardinals last night as they knock off the Marlins 3-0. They do avoid the sweep at the hands of Skip Schumacher's Miami Marlins. Jack Flaherty, as you heard, Chip Kelly last night. Chip Carey. That'd be interesting. He comes out of the booth or the sidelines for UCLA. Does some play-by-play.
I don't think he could even come close.
Probably not. No. That of course was the great Chip Carey on Bally Sports Midwest. So Jack Flaherty last night, he's pitching well, but there is a situation in the top of the 7th, in the bottom of the 7th, where he starts to get into some issues. Now he struck out Myers and got Fortes to ground out to the pitcher. Then Luis Ariz singles. Believe it or not, he had a base hit last night, multiple.
That guy's
a machine.
Yeah,
the greatest hitter known to man.
I just really dislike him a lot.
Why?
You don't like him at all?
No.
I think he's got a great eye.
He's always smiling. Mm-hmm. Seems like he loves the game.
Always slapping.
All those reasons exactly why I don't like him.
Because he's good?
No, because he's a Marlin. Really like him at the birds on the bat.
All right, fair enough, yeah.
And he's toying with pitchers. He waits on pitches, pushes them the opposite way, puts them over here. It's like he's placing the hits, like just no big deal. Like, okay, this one here I'm going to put right over there. There we go. Oh, I'm going to pull this one here because here we go.
He's almost like a hitter, like a real hitter.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Like a pure hitter.
He's too good. Damn it.
So Luis Ariz in that inning, he singles to left. Jorge Soler was a Cardinals killer over the last couple of days. He also singles. So Ariz is at third. This is a 2-0 ball game at this point. Ariz is now at third, and De La Cruz comes up. At any point, I thought in that inning, especially after Jorge Soler singles, I thought that was going to be it for Flaherty. Ollie was going to go get him. Even with Ariz, I mean, a lot of times you see that first batter, the first batter that does get on, then the manager goes to the pen. Seeing as how you had 2 outs in that spot, maybe there's a little bit longer of a runway for Jack Flaherty, but still, Jorge Soler with that power, he could have tied that game in an instant. Instead, Ollie sticks with Jack Flaherty, who walks De La Cruz, and at that point, it was over. You had to go to the pen. What did you think of that move?
Okay, good. I'm glad you took a breather there for a second because I really wanted, as I was watching it last night, was waiting to talk about it with you guys. I loved it. And I understand it could have been costly. Mm-hmm. Could have been, but so what? You're 12 and a half games back right now. You got a guy in Jack Flaherty who has sandpaper. It may not be the sandpaper you like, but he is a sandpaper guy. He's a guy who is competitive. We talk to people surrounding the ball club, and his intentions are always he wants to win. He wants to be the best. Now, how he verbalizes it and goes about it sometimes we may not like. Fine. But I know one thing. When Jack Flaherty's out there, he doesn't want to lose and he doesn't want to suck. And so when Ollie came walking out there, I thought to myself, I'm watching, I'm like, is Ollie going to get him? Because he's 1 out away from, finishing this off. And Ollie went out there, and you could tell right away Ollie's body language, if you go back, because I rewound it, of course. I'm that guy, that psychopath. Ollie's body language.
Body language is big with you.
Yes, absolutely. And he goes out there, and at no point does he have his hands extended or act like he wants the ball. He's kind of got his hands down by his side, almost evaluating, does Flaherty want the ball or is he looking to hand it off to me? Mm-hmm. And usually a pitcher sees him come out and the pitcher will be like, oh, and concede it, right? Flaherty right away was like, no, put his glove up, said something, you're not getting this ball from me. And Ollie didn't try to get the ball from him, didn't ask for it, nothing, and he walked away. And at that moment, that goes a long way. It goes a long way for your players because in that particular moment was the pitcher. In another moment, it might be one of his big guys that struggling at the plate. And Ollie talks about maybe shifting the batting order, and the guy goes, no, leave me in my spot. Now you know as a player, like he's going to give you that opportunity. But I think deep down, all he wants out of his players is for them to a man to say, give me the ball or give me the bat. Like, I want my opportunity. And so I think that moment was huge for Jack Flaherty. It didn't end up the way you wanted. Ultimately, it did. He got out of the jam and everything, no harm, no foul. But I liked Jack Flaherty's pushback at that moment, his competitive fire, and I loved that Ollie let him be that way.
Yeah.
That was my take on it.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Here we go, bud.
I do. I agree wholeheartedly. I think what some will do, and we'll just kind of put it in the old school camp since advanced metrics and analytics are just one big umbrella, then why don't we just go like old school then? That'll be the other umbrella. Our morning show specifically, you got the great Randy Carricker, Kerry Davis, Super Bowl champ, Brooke Grimsley doing a fantastic job opening drive. They hate analytics. They think analytics should be abolished. The analytics were clearly created by the devil, and you should never use numbers ever in any walk of life. That's the morning show.
I heard Kerry talking about it just the other day, doubling down on it again.
Yeah, they really do.
He talked about the Steelers never used any analytics. They didn't need it to win a Super Bowl.
Right.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah, it was. But I think the opening drive will take that opportunity to say, see, Ollie is changing. Let's not overlook the obvious here. The obvious is that Jack Flaherty was pitching well. It starts with the player. It starts with Jack Flaherty steamrolling through Miami's lineup for 6 innings or getting out of the jams when needed. He was efficient. He wasn't sitting there at 100 pitches in the third damn inning. He had done a great job. It's easier for the manager to go out there and have that interaction that Jamie just described when the dude is throwing. It starts with that. It's not about necessarily the old school baseball and the advanced metrics. It's about execution. And Jack Flaherty executed for most of that night last night. Believe it or not, I agree with, and Jamie, I know you feel the same way because we've talked about it. I agree with a lot of the takes that Randy and Kerry and Brooke have had. I agree that, and Randy said it perfectly this morning, it's about managing people. He's absolutely right. You can't just look at the piece of paper. Oh, let's see here. I got to go get him now. No, you got to use your eyes. But it is a balance, and it is an evaluation. You look back, you look at what he has done in those spots, and you use it as a tool to evaluate whether or not you should go get him. And in that moment, he said, this is your game. And I thought it was the right call. It didn't work out for Flaherty, but Stratton came in and did his job. Oh, lo and behold, a couple of relievers did their jobs too, and you won the damn game.
I think part of it too, before you go, Marshy, is Jack Flaherty also was reaching back and coming with 95 on the fastball 100 pitches in to that game.
And why did he have 95, 96, 100 pitches in? Because he was efficient throughout.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that's another reason Ollie looking at it like
absolutely.
If he was looking at the analytics would say he's still got some heat on his pitches right now. He's got some gas in the tank. So I'm going to use that analytic, go out and see what he feels like as a human being. He says he's got it. I know he's got 95 in his back pocket. I'm going to let him go. Yes. So that's a combination of those things, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Justin Verlander's when Justin Verlander is right, he will sit there in the ninth, rear back, and he's got 98 in his back pocket. And you're like, what? How? Well, because he wasn't maxing out in the first inning, in the second inning. He was pitching. He was efficient. And then in the ninth, when he needs to miss bats, which is important in baseball, especially today's game, he can rear back in 98 and get outs. That's pitching.
It's the art of pitching.
It's the art
some
of pitching.
Would say.
Yes.
And if you look at
books
it,
available in next week.
Barnes & Noble.
Paperback first.
We'll see how it does, then we'll go to hard.
Yeah, we will, Anthony.
Yeah, Jamie.
See how that works. Then we'll go hard.
Yep.
Ollie liked the matchup with Stratton anyway, so if you walk that guy, he likes the matchup with Stratton with the bases loaded.
How do you know that?
Well,
the analytics, Marshy?
Are we listening to Ollie Marmol following the game?
We got Ollie?
We do.
It was just a matter of making sure he had something left in the tank for one more hitter, and he said he did. It was his game at that point. I wanted to see that at bat. I just wanted to make sure he was good to go. Because if you walk him and his base is loaded, who you want there, and if you go lefty, they're going to flip it, and Stratton's been really good against left-handers, striking them out at a pretty high rate, so he's going to pound the zone. He's going to make you earn it.
That was kind of ironic there in the background. You got Kanye singing, "Wait until I get my money right." He's talking about Flaherty. I don't know.
I was focused on what Ollie was saying.
Mm-hmm. Well, aren't you special? It was also pivotal that Jack Flaherty pitched well last night, and he continues to pitch well so that we can trade him for a haul. I was excited about that last night.
Yeah,
let's keep going here.
It did cross my mind as well.
It did.
Once he got out of that jam and no earned runs at that point, and I was like, yeah, that's excellent.
Yeah. Got a couple, maybe 2 more starts. Yeah. And then he gets us the pitching that we need for next year. Mm-hmm. You know?
I don't know, Anthony. I think they might be able to go on a run.
Okay.
Their starting pitching starting to come around.
Is it?
Well, that's not me talking.
Is it?
That was one in a row, boys.
1 in a row. Cardinals open up a new series against Chicago tonight. They'll take on the White Sox. It's a 3-game set. We will have the lineup game for you at some point. Beat the streak a little bit later on in the show. Jamie, you're up to 7, 6, something like that? 7?
7.
7's a serious number, I believe.
I think it is 7 at this point.
Okay, I got up to. I've matched you.
Yeah, you
I've
have.
got 10. The all-time record is set by Jamie Rivers at 10.
But yours comes with an asterisk.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does, a little bit.
Why?
Because half of your hits are picked from the opposite team. It's not good.
I think it's a good strategy.
I don't. Yeah,
have I
as a
picked a
Cardinal fan, I just have to, rule against that.
Anthony's last Cardinal he picked was June 21st.
Oh my gosh!
Nolan Arenado.
What? Does it sound as bad to you when you hear it, Anthony?
I mean, honestly, when I'm thinking about it, it does sound bad. Yeah.
You know what, though?
But my streak is up to 10 now.
Half of it, so 5 of the players in this 10-game streak are all Cardinal players.
Oh, there you go.
The other half are not.
That's not half. If he's up to 12 or 11 at this
10.
point. Are you at 10 now? Okay. All right. Well, then that's half.
Unfortunate for
Well done,
Mike,
Andrew.
who was our Beat the Streak contestant yesterday. He had Brendan Donovan, did not get a hit. So we'll need a new Beat the Streak contestant today.
That's too bad. Sorry. Yeah, so text in BTS. Marsh, give you a call a little bit later on, and you can be the next contestant in Beat the Streak. What does Ivan Herrera's promotion tell us tell us about the game plan in the second half for the Cardinals at the catcher spot, if anything? That's next on 101 ESPN.
Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cards win 3-0 over the Miami Marlins yesterday. They avoid the sweep. Jack Flaherty improves to 6-5 on the year. He went 6 2/3. Gave up 9 hits, walked 2, and struck out 5. Nolan Arenado tacked on his 17th home run of the season. The Cards taking on the White Sox tonight. First pitch is at 7:10. St. Louis City SC in action this weekend in Toronto. 6:30 start time tomorrow. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at londoff.com and londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
So the Cardinals made a series of moves yesterday, and we failed to mention this. I failed to mention this. Tommy Edman was placed on the 10-day IL today. So
I think that was kind of predictable, although I was a little shocked last night when I saw him out in center field to close that thing out.
yeah,
I was like, what?
What are we doing here? So Tommy Edman was placed on the 10-day IL, and Jose Fermin was called up, and that's a situation I think where
Household name.
They don't want to open up a 40-man roster spot for somebody. You're right at the All-Star break. Edman probably just spends his 10 days on the IL, and that's it. And Jose Fermin is an easy one to send down.
Did we figure out if Mason Wynn is on the 40 or not?
I don't think he is. Let me check.
Because
Go ahead.
in the office, I said it right away to you. As soon as I saw it come across the ticker there, I said, why would you not bring up Mason Wynn? This is a perfect opportunity to give him a cup of coffee. The All-Star break is like your finish line. Hey, Mason, we're going to give you to the All-Star break, send you back down. Like NHL teams do that. You know, it's a little reward, a little kind of see what we got here. But if he's not on the 40-man, then I totally understand why.
He is not on the 40-man.
Well, then that's an easy one.
Yeah.
They didn't want to have to clear up a roster spot, I guess.
Yeah, the guys that are on the 40-man that are currently in the minors, Matthew Liberatore, who was just sent down yesterday, James Nail, who was just sent down recently, Connor Thomas, a pitcher, left-handed pitcher, Zaninga is in the minors.
That's our guy.
Yep.
It's our fire starter.
The Richie...
What'd I do?
The guy that they acquired from Cleveland. You had a funny name for him. Richie Palacios. Who did you call him?
I don't know. I forget now. I blackout power.
He's in the minors, but he's also on the 40-man.
What did I call him?
I think it was from Naked Gun.
Oh, Enrico Palazzo.
There you go. That's who it was.
Strike three.
That's who I think you affectionately named him. The only other guys that are in the minors but on the 40-man, Juan Yepes and then Moises Gomez. So
all right.
There's your 40-man. So no Mason Wynn on the 40-man, which makes sense why you wouldn't call him up right now. But at some point, I think we will see him.
I agree.
We also are going to see Ivan Herrera, or will we? I thought it was interesting that instead of calling up Trace Barrera, because you just need a backup at this point. You got the All-Star game coming, which means you got the All-Star break. You don't need Ivan Herrera up right now, unless you're just trying to get him a taste of the big leagues, which you did that a year ago. So I don't really see the point of that. Why not bring up Trace Barrera if it's just going to be a break in case of emergency situation? My question is,
I don't think it will be.
Do you think that, there you go, do you think that Ivan Herrera is in the plans for the second half of the season? And if so, what do you do with Andrew Kisner when he comes off the IL?
Well, when and if he comes off the IL, I don't know what he's dealing with.
A groin injury.
All right, well, that can be a real pain in the groin sometimes, Anthony.
Yeah.
Especially when you're playing baseball and you're a catcher down in that position and then even batting, like it can probably come into play. Even if it's just a mild one, you know, you get a little bit of room here. But there's no rule against Herrera getting some games here. Like, when I say it, but I don't mean like an official CBA rule. I'm talking about like for the Cardinals. I think you have to find out what you have here. You've signed a veteran catcher to an exorbitant amount of money. And now as a team that desperately needs pitching, Herrera's a really good trade piece. Look at some of these teams around the league that have no catching prospects or in the bottom 10 teams or 5 teams of catching prospects, and they got a mediocre catcher right now. You don't think one of them would pony up to get a catcher, especially if they have nothing, or they have a catcher that's about to hit free agency and they don't have anything in the bullpen as far as or the pipeline? I think Herrera would be a valuable trade piece if that's the path they choose with him. There's also the other path where you could say, we're going to carry 2 catchers. Andrew Kisner's out. Sorry, Andrew. Thank you for your time. But Herrera's a better player. And he's going to push Contreras. And Contreras will be playing that DH role that we talked about when we signed the guy. When the Cardinals signed Contreras, they talked about him. He's not going to play nearly as many games as Yachty. He's going to get a lot of DH opportunities. So they were very upfront in that plan. Now, it all went kind of squirrely when they did the whole no more catcher, DH outfielder, that whole disaster that we went through with Contreras in the front office. But now they're back in a situation where if Herrera is good, why not? Why not give him some time here and there, and why not drive up the trade value for this guy?
That was the path I was more leaning toward. I think that if they do want to use him in the second half, they start to get, because first and foremost, he's having a really nice season in AAA.
He's over 1,000 OPS down there.
He has earned a promotion if they wanted to give him one. So if they want to get him another look at the big league level, if he has come a long way from a catching standpoint, as a defensive standpoint, you could give him those games that you're giving to Kisner. Use Contreras more as a DH, not a full-time DH, because he's still going to catch some. Split it. Maybe it's a 60-40 split. Maybe initially it's a 70-30 split. But you get him some time, and then you view next year as Ivan Herrera is my catcher, Wilson Contreras is my DH. Or some sort of combination of the two.
Or do you reverse the split at that point? You go 60-40 Herrera.
Sure. Behind
the dish, and then the rest of the time,
or maybe it's 60-40 Contreras still a year from now. But
it's a lot of money for a 60-40, man. It's a lot of money.
It is, but you're still paying for what? You're paying for the bat.
I know,
and I know the bat has been...
The bat is underwhelming as a DH.
It has been. It certainly has been.
Well, it's been good lately, actually.
But I don't think that it's just smoke with Wilson Contreras and the defensive stuff. It's come up too much. For me,
it's like the worst kept secret in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
But still, people don't really talk about it.
No, and we don't know to the full extent either. We don't know how concerned the Cardinals are about Contreras, because we're not talking about a rookie here.
Yeah.
We're talking about a veteran that's got a World Series.
Too,
I know.
Because you talk to some people and they feel like, woof, he's way off. He's got to do this. He's got to work on this or whatever. And then you talk to people who played with him who have no ties to him anymore. Like Joe Madden talked about how he had never had a problem with Wilson Contreras.
Yeah.
And then John Lester pipes in and said, I never had a problem with Wilson Contreras.
Let me ask you something, though.
Yeah.
Because you're right, because I've read the quotes, and John, we had talked about that before when everything first went down. It's like, well, John Lester said this, Kyle Hendricks said this, Joe Madden said this. Have you seen a quote that says he's great or above average?
No.
I think I've never had an issue with him.
But is that really newsworthy then? Someone says, it's not. He's a good catcher, he's fine.
But nobody.
That's not making the paper.
But an analyst has never come out and said, well, I've looked at all his defensive metrics. He's great. I don't know what the problem is here. We've only heard he doesn't know what he's doing.
The one thing we hear is calling
fine.
a game. Calling a game. That's the number one thing we hear about Contreras is, when he's calling a game. And the pushback is, well, pitchers get in there and figure it out too.
Sure.
We had Jason Isringhausen. We had Izzy on the other day, and he said the same thing. He said, ultimately, at the end of the day, the buck stops here. If I don't want to throw that pitch, I don't.
Right.
I throw what I want.
And that's Izzy taking ownership, which is what the pitching staff should have been doing this entire time, taking ownership in their role in all this. I'm just saying, as we come full circle with Ivan Herrera and whether or not his promotion actually means something, Jamie, I wonder if the Cardinals are starting to align things for 2024 and thinking that Ivan Herrera is going to be a part-time catcher.
I think he has to be. If I'm the Cardinals, Anthony, I want this. He was the catcher in waiting. He was supposed to be Yachty's guy, his replacement. It didn't get there because he had a little bit of a rough go last year when he got his time in the majors. But I honestly, as an organization, I can't look at a handful of games and be like, well, that's what it is. That's the landscape. This is what this... No, he's still so... What is he, 22? 23 maybe?
Yeah.
He's still a baby. Like, let's give him some time here to develop. You might have the next Yachty on your hands here. Like, who knows? And if his bat plays at the major league level like it is at the AAA level, he's more valuable in the batter's box than Contreras is.
Right.
Because his numbers right now, albeit inflated because it's AAA, but if he can produce similar numbers to what he's doing down there, he's more valuable offensively than Wilson Contreras is.
It's going to take some time. It's a big leagues, but it's
a lot of ifs.
But
you don't know unless you give him a shot.
Yeah, I agree. That's Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. You can always reach out to us during the show, whether you're on our YouTube channel at 101 ESPN STL or on our text line, 314-399-9646. Again, 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. You can always leave us a mic drop as well via the 101 ESPN mobile app. What grade would Jamie give to the Blues this offseason? I'll tell you next on 101 ESPN.
A+.
What should the Blues' grade be this offseason? Well, it's not over, but Jamie, if you were to give an offseason grade to the Blues, what would you give? And then I'll tell you what the Athletic did.
Oh, God, the Athletic again. These guys.
It's Jeremy Rutherford.
No, it's not JR on this one, is
Ken
it?
Rosenthal.
No, who is it on this one for the
Our
Athletic?
guy, Jim Bowden. Don't do it.
Bobby's brother?
No, it's not.
He's talking about the
Bobby's
Blues
brother.
now?
No. Come on, man.
All right. So as far as a grade goes, I give him a B.
It wasn't JR. Yeah.
The reason I'd give him a B is, C is just a passing average, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
B is a little bit better. B minus, if you want. I think Army did, so far, he's done exactly what he's had to do. He added a top 9 player, the middle 6 centerman in Kevin Hayes, and he got him at half price.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to make a trade. He tried to tweak his blue line. He wasn't able to do so. So that's not real. I mean, I guess it is on Army because he handed out the no trade clause, but he still tried to rectify the problem. So the effort's there. And when I look at some of the depth signings that he had this offseason, I think it matches the way he's trying to construct his lineup. So far, I'd give him a B minus.
By the way, it was our guy JR. So here's what he gave the Blues. He gave the Blues a C. For anyone who disagrees with me and would give the Blues a D or an F in free agency, what did you expect? Doug Armstrong said at the deadline that after acquiring Jakub Vrana from Detroit and claiming Kasperi Kapanen that they weren't going to be active in free agency. This is what a retool looks like. If you want to criticize Armstrong for not having any cap room, okay, but there's nothing you can do about that in free agency. I actually view it this way. If you're just going to say that the offseason starts from when the end of the year is, so like the draft and free agency, okay, I get that. That's technically the offseason. For the Blues specifically, though, it actually started the deadline last year. That's when the offseason started.
Yeah, because they were out of it at that point and had conceded that they were moving on.
I realize that this is a little technical, Tom.
If we do that, then it's absolutely a B.
Okay.
Heck, it might even be higher than that because of the Sammy Blais acquisition and what he brought to your team.
That's kind of where I'm at. If you acquire Blais, if you say let's say the Blues did have a little bit more cap space, not much, but a little bit more cap space, enough to make the trade for Kevin Hayes, enough to sign, and I'm doing air quotes, sign Sammy Blais, sign Jakub Vrana, and sign Kasperi Kapanen. Where are you at now? Because that's essentially what the Blues did in the offseason.
I mean, trust me, I like where you're headed with this one. I do. I never looked at
what?
I like where you're headed with this one.
Heading. Okay,
yeah.
Got it. Yep.
Absolutely.
That makes more sense.
But yeah, Army's retooling started quite some time ago. And if we're going to include the offseason, let's say we don't include the trade deadline. Let's just keep it separate. He had a really good draft. Look at this. Dvorsky came in here and blew the top off the place. Mm-hmm. And was it Lickstein? Or what's the guy's?
Lindstein.
Otto. He came in and played really well, too. And Zachary Bolduc had a good player development camp. Now, I know Zachary Bolduc has nothing to do with this year's offseason, but if you're isolating the draft and the acquisition of Kevin Hayes, and for me, it's a B minus all day, every day. I think Army, and he's not done. Army's not done. If Army tried to tweak the blue line before, something still might pop up along the way here. There's still some players out there that are going to cause a bit of a chain reaction. Alex DeBrincat is one thing. The Ottawa Senators looking to trade him, from what I hear, to the Detroit Red Wings. Well, at some point, some of these teams that are making trades are going to go, ooh, I can't make that trade or I can't sign this player until I get rid of some cap space. And when that happens, things tend to kind of snowball a little bit. There's a chain reaction to that. Like Vladimir Tarasenko is just sitting at home right now with a new agent. Congratulations, Vladdy. Hope this one works out. Agent number 3. Anyways, he might sign with Ottawa. He might sign with Carolina. And then if Carolina needs cap space, they might have to move on from a defenseman. I'm hearing Pesce being mentioned right now as a defenseman.
Joe's brother?
Distant relative. They're talking about having to move out some cap space there. All of a sudden, he's in play. Mm-hmm. And you know what I'm saying? So when I look at the way things are currently shaping up, I stand firm on giving Army a B- in this. And I think that that's a massive victory for a team that had so many inconsistencies last year.
Yeah, I agree. I think they've had a nice offseason. Again, if you go back to the deadline and think about because the offseason started then for Doug Armstrong. Now, we could sit here and say he should have had X amount of cap space available so that he could chase some of the higher-end free agents. Sure, you could have, but would you have been ticked off in years prior that they didn't address certain needs that they had in previous off seasons? You probably would have been ticked off.
Yeah.
Hey, why isn't Army more active? This is part of it. At some point, the bill comes due. You're not going to have a ton of cap space. You're going to have an off season like this where you have to fill in the gaps with kind of some one or 2 year players. Wait until some of the money comes off the books, and then you can reassess. I'm okay with it. I think he's going to put a quality product on the ice next year. I think it's going to be better than it was. I think the team is going to be better than it was last year. The biggest difference, and it's not really a difference from the standpoint of the players are going to be different, but let's call it the biggest fork in the road is going to be whether or not that defense plays better than it did a year ago. That is going to be the X factor, not the fork in the road, the X factor.
Well, which is completely capable of happening, too. So the fact that you had such a trying year from your defenseman last year, or your overall defensive game, those same players have had success in the past. It doesn't mean they can't recapture that. So if you're in a situation to where you cannot make any other moves, or they just don't present themselves, you can look at it and say, we do have quality NHL defensemen here, but only when they play up to their capabilities. So if they play up to their capabilities, things look a little better. You're not so angry at that point. You're like, okay, now I can see where this is headed again. Doesn't mean Army's going to ultimately stick it out with the same core for the next year, 2 years, 3 years. It just means that this group is playing better. That group of defensemen is providing more defensive play, more defensive structure, and not giving up as many easy goals. And if that's the case, then your team's improved without doing anything. The players sometimes just have to play better, and that's a situation right now with the defensive core for the Blues, is those guys specifically have to play better or play to their capabilities. And if they do, that does solve a little bit of your problem.
Yeah, to your point, you're not relying on a bunch of youngsters if you've never seen it before. They played bad last year, and you're like, well, now that they're in their second and third year, you take that proverbial next step. This is a group of veteran players that did not play well last year. So at least you're banking on that as opposed to, again, some inexperienced players. We'll see how it all turns out. At the very least, they will have plenty of goal scorers, as you have broken down before, and their goaltending situation is, outstanding. You've got two guys that are, one is inexperienced, certainly, but he showed you what he's capable of a year ago. And then, of course, Jordan Binnington had a very good year last year in front of a bad defense.
Yeah, his numbers suffered, and he wasn't stellar all year long, but there were many nights where that poor guy had no assistance, and he kept that team in the game. So
yeah.
I think the goalies, to your point, Anthony, are going to be just fine. When I look at this team, the defense has to play better. It's the bottom line. The defense just has to play better. From the 636, talking about Toronto being $8 million over the cap right now, that they're probably going to have some moves from there. It's true. Who knows what Toronto has left to do there, but that's a team right there that could create a bit of an avalanche when they start to move off from some players. Mm-hmm. And they're going to have to become, as it gets closer to training camp.
Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic, speaking of The Athletic, he actually wasn't, I don't think it was Rosenthal. Katie Wu was involved in this specific article. The Cardinals, the Mets, the Padres, they had kind of a debate about who is the most disappointing team to this point of the year, the Padres, the Mets, or the Cardinals. When I was reading through this, Jamie, I thought what was interesting was whether or not these teams had common traits. Because you think of the Padres and the Mets, they've been aggressive when it comes to adding players. Cardinals, not so much. Is there a common trait between all three of these teams that have led to such a disappointing first half of baseball? We'll get into that next on 101 ESPN.
This is a coaching staff that is in lockstep with the front office. The fact that there's no push and pull, there's no back and forth, there's no collaboration, to me, I think this is a bit of a mess right now. And he may need to do something outside the box. When I say he, John Mozeliak, get a maverick manager who might disagree with him, who might have outside opinions. Those outside opinions could be refreshing to a team that's struggling right now.
That was Greg Amsinger, who appears weekly on the opening drive. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN, where it's 3 o'clock. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. So the Athletic did kind of a case study where they looked into the 3 most disappointing teams in the National League, they being your Cardinals at 35-51, at least at posting of the article, the Mets 40-46, and the Padres 41-46, and they went over various things. Topic 1 was the biggest thing that went wrong for your team in the first half, the area of your roster that has disappointed the most. Does your team have any hope of salvaging its season? And topic 4, which team had the most disappointing first half? And the 3 writers, including Katie Wu of the Cardinals, which team had the most disappointing the first half? Make your case. Jamie, I think what's interesting about these 3 teams is that the Padres and the Mets are similar because they had high expectations based on their spending and how aggressive they have been over the last couple of off seasons. You think about San Diego and the talent that they have acquired, starting off several years ago now with Manny Machado. And it's been about 4 or 5 years now. But they acquire Juan Soto. They paid Fernando Tatis Jr. They paid Yu Darvish. They paid, they gave a huge contract to Cronenworth. They were aggressive. The Mets, that was basically mostly free agency. Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander. They at one point acquired Francisco Lindor. They shelled out big-time money to keep guys like Brandon Nimmo. Those teams are similar. The Cardinals do not fall in that category. The Cardinals, risk-averse. They want to build through the draft, which I've got no issue with, but they also don't want to supplement their roster by going after those big-time names. We also know, unless it's Nolan Arenado and the previous Rockies GM was drunk off his ass,
maybe
they're not going to make a bunch of trades that they think are going to hurt. Goldschmidt, another example of that. I think the Ozuna trade, that was the one that maybe they felt a little uncomfortable about, and they did lose in that deal. They lost in the Randy Arozarena deal. And maybe that has led to even more risk-averse actions when it comes to the trades. But when you look at the Cardinals, the Padres, and the Mets, do you see any commonalities? Do you see any one thread that would lead you to say, yeah, this is why these 3 teams are struggling?
Well, for the Mets and the Padres in particular, I see just a bunch of high-priced talent sandwiched together. And what I mean by that is not necessarily constructed as a team.
Yeah.
It's like a bunch of all-stars, high-priced all-stars. They all got the biggest wallet in the clubhouse competition going on there. We know how that works. And so then you've got a bunch of guys who are kind of out for themselves. And it's not necessarily a group of players that are hungry together. And being hungry, too, sometimes you got to have something on the line. You got 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 million in your back pocket. I don't know how hungry some of these guys are. They seem to be pretty well fed. I don't mean physically, just financially. And so, for me, the Padres and the Mets, that's the similarity, is that both ownership groups went out and just flooded the market by overpaying for certain players or just grabbing the highest price guy out there and dropping him on the team saying, well, this will work. Well, maybe it won't. And I think in both situations, we've seen that that's not currently working. So for me, for those 2 teams, that's what I get out of it. What are your thoughts?
I had the same thought. That's the only that is the only theme throughout the 3 teams. Because the Cardinals, they've mostly struggled with their pitching. The Padres have really struggled with runners in scoring position and some of their big time offensive talent not coming through. Their bullpen is an absolute disaster as of right now too. Just recently over the last couple of weeks, it's been an absolute mess. So that certainly has to factor in a little bit. The Mets, they've had some bullpen problems too. So maybe the bullpen on a smaller scale. But Jamie, I think you nailed it. It's not just about acquiring all the big-time talent that you can. Fans will appreciate it because we view team construction that way. You need a left fielder. Who's the best left fielder that's available? Go out and get him at any cost. And the Mets have done that at various positions around the diamond, including pitcher. Padres have definitely done that. The Phillies have done that too. And the Phillies were in the World Series last year, but the Phillies needed a late run because they were not playing well heading into. In fact, they fired their manager. That should go into it too. Then they sneak into the playoffs or hold on to a playoff spot. Then they started to get hot. Then that talent started to come to play. But they haven't been great this year. They're starting to turn it around more. But I think, Jamie, when we look at roster construction and building a team, I do think that's the most overlooked fact because it's hard to quantify. How are these pieces going to fit well together to play as a team? And the Padres seemingly do not have the right mix. The Mets seemingly don't have the right mix. The Cardinals seemingly don't have the right mix of players. And this is how a team like the Rays, who don't spend much and aren't aggressive, the Diamondbacks are starting to do it, the Giants, they have built a team. They've tried to go after the big-time talent, but when they miss, they fall back on a couple of things when it comes to building an actual team and having that team go out and play. And I think the Cardinals are suffering the same thing that the Padres and Mets are right now.
Yeah, the one unique thing about the Cardinals, though, is they don't have the salary. They don't have the payroll. And so are the Cardinals, like where those other two teams, maybe they just made the mistakes of paying the wrong guys to come in? For the flip side, the Cardinals just put the wrong team together.
Do you think they're stuck in the middle of what they want to be?
Cardinals?
Yeah.
No, I think it's just reared its ugly head at this point. I think the Cardinals still want to be a solid defensive team. I think that they want to have some pop in their line. Like, I think that they've got all the things that they really wanted in a team available to them. I don't know if they necessarily have all the right pieces, meaning maybe some of the attitude or some of the way they carry themselves or the effort, the compete level is there. But I think where it's reared its ugly head is the pitch to contact stuff.
Yeah.
They totally overlooked how much damage other teams were going to do to their pitching staff. They totally overlooked how thin they truly were in their rotation. John Mozeliak on record saying he had 6 starters to start the season. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess he kind of did, but that thought process alone tells me he totally misevaluated what he had internally, at least in the public eye. Behind closed doors, he might have said, man, we're blanked. We're blanked. Let's see what we can do here. But I tried, guys. I tried to get Rodon. He went to the Yankees, and he just said he didn't want to be here or whatever. Yeah. I tried to get so-and-so and couldn't land him, and now this is what we're with. So let's hope. Right. Maybe. Or maybe he just thought, really, well, I've got 6 pitch-to-contact guys, and we got elite defense, and we got a pitcher's ballpark. Oh, it could go wrong. Well, 12 and a half games back is what went wrong. Mm-hmm. And so that's what I think. I don't think they're at – the Cardinals are not that far off. There are a couple of pieces in the outfield. Like, I think you can move on from Carlson. It's my opinion. I think you can move on from Tyler O'Neill. That's an obvious one. I think you can move on from Jack Flaherty, acquire some stuff that, like, there's some small pieces. But overall, when I look at this lineup, I like Tommy Edman. I like Donovan. I like Goldie. I like Arenado. Paul DeYoung, you can move on from him. Okay, that's fine. Who else we got? I like Newt. I like a lot of the pieces that they currently have. They just have to upgrade on the ones that they've missed on. But that rotation's what needs to be addressed, man. They are super thin there.
I mean, they practically had the same position players as they did last year. The pitching has just been awful. I mean, you're scoring 9 runs a game and you're losing.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
No, well, look, we can all.
And your defense has not been nearly up to par.
No, look, we can all agree that the pitching is the issue. The pitching is the main problem. If you have better pitching, you should be fine with this offense. No team's going to score nine a game. No team's going to average 7 a game. It's just you're going to deal with the ups and downs of an offense. It's 162 games, so we can all agree that the pitching is the issue. But my thing is just from the standpoint of who they are as an organization, are they a tweener? And is that costing them too? You know, like in football, when you draft a defensive player, and he's like, he's a tweener. You can play in the dirt. He doesn't do it very well, but he can stand up. He doesn't do it really well. He's not a linebacker, and he's not a defensive. What the hell is he then?
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
He gets kind of caught in between, and instead of just focusing on one thing, because that's his identity, 4 years down the road, you still don't know what he is. Mm-hmm. Getting back to the Cardinals, the Rays know exactly who they are. They are not going to spend, forget big money, they're not going to spend average money to build a roster. They are going to do it in a very specific way. Other teams are that way too. The Mets, they know who they are. Steve Cohen's going to throw money at the problem until he either wins or he sells the team.
He's starting to learn his lesson right now.
So maybe he starts to alter a little bit.
Steve Cohen, the last time I saw him talking to the media, that might have been a little bit of a wake-up call about just throwing money around.
The Braves built their roster through drafts and international free agency and now free agency. Mm-hmm. The Dodgers are always a mix. What are the Cardinals? The Cardinals aren't the Rays. They're not the Mets. So now you're kind of caught in between. Now you're looking at mid-level free agents. Well, mid-level free agents are going to be either slightly above average or slightly below average.
Results.
And you get mid-level results. The guys that you just mentioned, like you went kind of through the roster, most of them I'm like, I'm fine with them.
They're not great.
I'm fine with them. I'm fine.
To me, they're good. They're good building blocks.
Yeah.
Like, can you upgrade? Yeah. But if you can't, for some reason, in that position, upgrade, they're fine. Go upgrade at another position where you desperately need the help, which right now is pitching.
Yeah.
I think the team thought that this defense could just make up for whatever pitching problems that it would have. The problem is they're finding holes. Soft contact. Right. Now it's hard contact for some of the guys in the rotation.
Laser beams.
Sharks with freaking laser beams. But the defense, the fundamentals have just gone away. I don't know where they've gone in the past 3 years.
Well, let's not get carried away. Last year, the team was really, like 2 years ago, they had 5 gold gloves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's not, last year they had a couple of gold gloves, and their wins above replacement were really good numbers across the board, especially in the infield.
But that was last year.
You also benefited from the shift.
You did. 100%.
Another thing, too, that's got to be accounted for, Jamie and Marsh. You just said it, Marsha. We're relying on our defense. How many games did Alec Burleson start in the outfield? How many games did Jordan Walker start in the outfield? And Jordan Walker be fine. I'm not picking on him. It's just he's not an outfielder yet.
No.
How many games are you? Nolan Gorman wasn't really supposed to be your second baseman, and he's been fine there too. But when you look at the defense and you look at some of the defenders that they've played with, that's been an issue too.
Yeah, well, and injuries have caused a lot of that headache for you, too. Because if Tyler O'Neill doesn't get injured, he may not be swinging it in the batter's box, but he's a gold glover in left field.
Right.
And that's where Alec Burleson's played a lot of his games this year, and Jordan Walker. You say what you want about Tyler O'Neill, that is a big drop-off from Tyler O'Neill, covering all that area in the left field with a gold glove behind his name, to those guys. A rookie that's learning, and Alec Burleson, who's just not fleet of foot.
Right.
Bottom line.
All right, it's Fastlane on 101 ESPN. The lineup is out for the Cardinals, so we'll play the lineup game next on 101 ESPN. everybody. Hey, there we go.
Keeps going up, Anthony.
It's a good thing. It's a Fast Lane on 101 to ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter. If you're on YouTube, you probably saw my microphone just creep up further in my face. The Cardinals. What?
What?
Looks like you smelled something. Looks like you dropped something in your pants there, and you're starting to smell it.
No, not at all.
Cardinals take on the White Sox tonight. It'll be Jordan Montgomery, the left-hander, versus Dylan Cease in the pitching matchup. Cease, of course, is a right-hander, and I wish he was a Cardinal. All right, lineup game.
That's funny.
We know Tommy Edman will not be in this lineup. He was placed on the 10-day IL. Jose Fermin was the call-up, and I don't think Fermin's going to be up here to play some games, Jamie, but something to think about with Tommy Edman.
Oh, I hope he gets some time, though. At least he's never been in the majors before. Let's get him a game here, you know?
Oh, I don't know.
What could go wrong?
Somebody's on the other line about some white balls. Call you back. All right, right-hander. I think this is Donovan.
Yes. Please.
Show us Brendan Donovan, please. All right.
All right, this is, in my opinion, this is Paul Goldschmidt, the big fundy.
I don't know what you're drinking, but you know what? I agree.
Yeah, show us. Paul Goldschmidt. All right.
To me, we know that Ollie Marmol loves Lars Taylor Tatsui Newbar in the 3-hole. Whether or not he's productive or not, the Newt is going to be Ollie's choice for number 3, in my opinion.
You think this is Newt?
He loves the Newt here. Loves him.
He's had Arenado here a couple of times so recently.
Loves the Newt in the 3-hole.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He does. And who wouldn't, for that matter. But let's see here. See, Arenado was 3rd yesterday, and he hit a freaking ding-dong Johnson.
Yeah, but that was the game that Goldie was out.
It was.
All right, go ahead. Do you like Arenado here? I think you get first choice.
This is a real Stalter's choice.
Well, you heard my opinion.
Yeah. No, I think you're right, Anthony. I think it's Lars Nootbaar here.
Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah. Well, I like to do my research, not just shoot from the hip, Anthony.
Yeah.
Show us Lars Nootbaar.
Seemed like a pointed comment. All right.
Alrighty.
Show us. You good with this?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Show us Nolan Arenado.
Can I say one more thing? Sure. Albert Pujols, I love you, man.
Okay. Jamie, we've reached the 5th spot. Is it Big Willie style?
Yeah, it has to be, right? Or is, what's his name, getting a shot tonight?
Jordan Walker like it's hot?
No. No, this is Big Willie. Go ahead, Anthony.
Show us Wilson Contreras.
You are so wrong.
Okay, so he's not in the game.
What? Why do you think that?
Because I don't think Wilson Contreras is bat lower than 5th.
I know, but there's always a chance.
I think Ivan Herrera is in the game.
I think he is too, but he's not hitting 5th.
He's not hitting 5th, but I'm just saying we can eliminate Contreras from this discussion.
Eliminate him.
He's gone. Wow. We don't have to talk about him again. He's gone.
I feel like he just got here.
So who's hitting 5th? Walk It Like It's Hot or Nolan Gorman?
Oh, I think it's Storm and Gorman here.
Go for it.
Show us Nolan Gorman.
Storm and Gorman. He's taking the league by storm.
Now it's Walk It Like It's Hot.
I think now we're going to walk it like it's hot.
Show us Jordan Walker.
Oh,
we don't get that.
We did get a text saying, what happened to the Sounders? From Marcia's burner phone, mind you. Well, the Sounders will no longer be played for anybody who doesn't get a hit the previous game.
Got to earn it.
And in fact, the Fast Lane Committee is called an emergency meeting this weekend. We will be scouring the internet for new Sounders for as many players as we can because these ones, well, they haven't worked this year.
We'll have to take a vote, though, to see which players keep their Sounders because I like Walk It Like It's Hot.
I like it, too.
Yeah, I know, but it's about the individual of the team, guys. This is a discussion we'll have to have.
Okay.
You make a great point.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, so we know Paul DeYoung's going to be in this lineup somewhere.
Yeah.
because you need a shortstop.
Shortstop.
And we know that Ivan Herrera is going to be in this lineup.
I think Herrera could be 7th.
That would be here.
That's kind of where he put Walker when he was earning his little baby wings there, starting the season.
All right, so this is either Herrera or DeYoung. I'll leave it up to you.
Man, Herrera might be 8th, too.
Go with your gut. What does your gut say?
My gut says that it's Paul DeYoung here.
Show us the king. Nice job, Jamie. Nice job. All right.
Now
it's Herrera.
I do believe this would be Ivan Herrera. Show us Ivan Herrera.
Jamie, you are so right.
Oh, you had me. I thought it was the so wrong one. All right, so Herrera.
Do you have 3 outfit? This has got to be DC, right? Because you still need 3 outfielders.
You got Newt.
You got the Newt.
Donovan.
Well, unless Donovan's DHing.
Or
and
Gorman's
then Walker
DHing.
would be out in the outfield.
Yeah.
No, you're going to need Gorman to play second.
This is Dylan Carlson.
Yep. Go ahead.
Show us Dylan Carlson.
Not bad, Jamie. Not bad at all. Run it, Marshy.
All right, leading off, DH, Brendan Donovan batting
look at you,
second.
Anthony.
First baseman, Paul Goldschmidt. Batting third in left field, Lars Nootbaar. Your cleanup hitter, third baseman, Nolan Arenado. Batting fifth, second baseman, Nolan Gorman. Batting sixth in right field, Jordan Walker. Batting seventh, the shortstop, Paul DeYoung. Batting eighth, catching, Ivan Herrera. And batting ninth in center field, Dylan Carlson.
I don't believe what I just saw. Home run.
I'm excited to see Ivan Herrera.
I am too.
Hope he gets an extended run.
Well, we'll see how he does tonight, but I think it's kind of exciting. To be honest, if you have a season that has not gone the way you want it to, I think it's always exciting for a fan base to get a good look at some of the young players.
Agreed.
That are coming up.
All right, so, Marsh, what is Jamie up to now after hitting back-to-back Ding-Dong Johnsons?
Jamie's at 6 now.
I was feeling good, man. I tied you at 4, and then you said, okay, now I can try again. Nice job. So, Jamie's got 6. Yep. I have 4. Marshy?
I got 1.
You got 1?
I'm sitting at 1.
Not for too much longer, though. You're going to get 1 tonight.
Stop it.
Jamie, you're hot. Go for it, man.
Yeah, for me, this is a no-brainer. I mean, he got off his feet yesterday. He's going to be well-rested, and boy, is he going to be hungry. Paul Goldschmidt.
I'm going to go with the lefty, Nolan Gorman, against the right-hander, Dylan Cease.
I was thinking about him, too.
I thought you were going that route until you said he got off his feet. Then I know you were going RL Chalk. Go ahead, Marshy.
Sir.
Well, since you left him for me, I'm going to go with Nolan Arenado.
All right, there you have it.
Now, wait a minute. Obviously, Arenado and Goldie are chalk. Okay.
Yeah.
Would you not consider Gorman a bit of chalk this year?
100%, yeah.
With the way he's hit home runs? He's still leading the team in home runs.
He's leading the team with home runs, so
he would have been RL Chalk in, May.
He's still RL Chalk.
April, May.
Nobody's taking over.
Considering he's leading the team in home runs, I think he would be chalk.
Is he just chalky, or is he RL Chalk?
I mean,
I think Goldschmidt has earned RL Chalk because he's the MVP, but
veteran like him.
Gorman is chalky. Arenado tied him with that blast last night, by the way. 17 home runs apiece for them.
I think he has a chance to be chalk.
Brendan Donovan with 9. He's 6 more, and then I get my $1 million from Jamie.
20. That was 20. It was
Why are we moving the goalpost? It was 15.
Thank you.
I went back and checked the audio. It was 20.
It was not.
If I knew how to go back and
check you don't even know how to check the audio. What are you talking? What are you talking about? All right, it's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. We got our Sports Six-Pack coming up next. So if you have a question for us, 314-399-9646. Send it to our Air Comfort Service text line. We appreciate it. And we'll do it here next in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN.
Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cards pick up a win last night, 3-0 over the Miami Marlins. Jack Flaherty went 6 2/3, gave up 9 hits, walked 2, and struck out 5. Nolan Arenado picked up his 17th home run of the year. And the Cards avoid the sweep. They'll take on the White Sox tonight. Jordan Montgomery on the mound going up against Dylan Cease. 7:10 first pitch. Some news coming from the Cardinals. Jose Fermin has been called from Memphis, and Tommy Edman with a right wrist inflammation has been placed on the 10-day IL. Fermin will make his major league debut with his first appearance and will wear number 35. Tomorrow, City SC takes on Toronto in Toronto. 6:30 start time. We'll talk more about City SC throughout the remainder of the show. Don't go anywhere. We have our Sports Six-Pack. Make sure you text us in 314-399-9646. Send us a question for our Sports Six-Pack. I'm Andrew Marsh. The Sports Center Update's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's time for the Fast Lane to answer your sports questions.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. I want to have them answered immediately.
Asking me all these weird questions.
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Answer me!
The Sports Six-Pack is refreshed by Maggie O'Brien's, your go-to Irish pub in St. Louis for over 42 years.
It's a Fast Lane on 101 at ESPN with Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. Here's Andrew Marsh with your questions for the Sports Six-Pack.
Question number 1.
All right, gentlemen, from the 636, if you had the choice of being the greatest sports star of all time or the greatest rock star, which one would you choose?
Sports. Sports. I like music, but I'm not musically inclined.
Anthony, this has nothing to do whether you're musically inclined or not.
I guess I would be musically inclined.
If you're the greatest rock star, you'd probably be musically inclined.
Yeah, that's true.
I just want to help you out with this question.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, let me think about it. Sports. The greatest athlete of all time.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the greatest rock star of all time.
Because you already were the greatest athlete of all time?
Thank you for noticing. Oh, man, are you kidding me? Playing in front of 70,000 people or screaming. And,
70,000? You'd probably be playing
it's a pretty big venue.
100,000 people.
I didn't want to go there, but thank you.
Well, if you're the greatest rock star.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not even close for me. Hell yeah. I don't have to get punched in the face every other night. I'm fine with that. I mean, I could if I wanted to, I guess, but...
So you'd have to be, I mean, if it's a rock band, you have to be the lead singer then, right?
Oh, yeah. I play a little guitar, too. Who doesn't like a lead singer who can shred it a little bit up there? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm in.
What about you, Marsh?
Man, I don't know. Maybe rock star. I feel like that'd be sick.
Come on, what do you mean?
Go on tour.
You know. Marcy, you can be in my band. Okay?
Oh, then I'm not the greatest.
No.
Yeah.
You know what? You just, you're close.
I mean, I don't know. It's not, to me, it's not as physically demanding. Like, Jamie knows, like, pro athletes, they put their body through so much. And then
I plan on putting my body through quite a bit, too, as a rock star.
It's different, though.
Yeah, it's a different kind of thing, you know.
It's a different test of endurance.
You're right,
sure.
Anthony.
Well, I think I go with rock star.
All right.
Although, like, that's a tough one. I'd obviously love to be great at sports, but
I feel like globally,
rock star is probably the way to go.
if you're the greatest athlete, you'd have to be the greatest athlete of one sport. And that sport is very, like it's one slice of the pie. Whereas if you're the greatest rock star, people all over the globe are listening to your music, more than likely.
True.
I feel like that'd be kind of fun. If you're into that sort of thing.
It's a good problem to have.
Question number 2.
Sure is. I like that Stalter's choice, by the way.
From the 314, would you consider signing Patrick Kane if you're the Blues?
No. No, not at this point. He had a pretty good season last year, and he's still capable of making plays, but what's the price tag? And you're getting a guy that's coming off of, like, intense hip surgery. So Patrick Kane, I mean, God, we saw it with our own eyes here in St. Louis how talented this individual is. But he's at the end of the road for his career. Even if he didn't have hip surgery, the next year or two are going to be, the twilight.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's had hip surgery. He's out 6 months until you get him back. Like, I guess if it was league minimum, like if it's $775,000, sure, I'll kick the tires on that. But if it's anything more than that, I just don't know if it's worth the risk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm out on that too. I don't see how he kind of rounds out the roster for you.
I mean, it'd be kind of cool to have him. He's a great player. It'd be weird to have him, considering he was a Blackhawk for his entire career, except for the end of last year.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling he might go to, like, Buffalo. He's always expressed interest in playing in Buffalo. They have a team on the rise. Maybe they could use some veteran presence. Patrick Kane. Who knows?
Question number 3.
From 314, Sports Six-Pack of Questions. Earlier, you guys were talking about the most disappointing teams, and the Mets, Padres, and Cardinals were top 3. Do the Mets and Padres get a pass or an asterisk next to them because their divisions are better as a whole versus the Cardinals being in the weakest division in baseball?
Oof, that's a good question.
I think the Cardinals are the biggest disappointment thus far. We didn't base our conversation on that, but if we're going to go down that route, I do think the Cardinals have been the biggest disappointment. One, they still don't even have, those teams are disappointing. They still don't have the same number of wins. The Cardinals are five wins behind the Mets, and five wins behind the Padres. And to this texter's point, they play in the worst division of the 3 teams. The Padres at 41 and 46 with a plus 35 run differential in a division that has 4 teams with a positive run differential. The only team that is worse is Colorado. That, I say, okay, you're disappointed. Your expectations were sky high, but at least your competition is absolutely stacked. Similar in the East, where only the Washington Nationals are the dumpster fire of that division. The Marlins have played much better than expected. So, yeah, I think the Cardinals are the biggest disappointment based on some part to that. The Central.
In my heart, the Cardinals are the biggest disappointment, but for me, factually, it's the Mets. They're $100+ million payroll over what the Cardinals have for payroll. They're the highest paid team in all of baseball. Mm-hmm. And they're only 5 wins ahead of the Cardinals. Mm-hmm. I don't care how hard the division is. You've gone out and you have scooped up every high-priced player or overpaid for a guy who's just a good player. To me, if you have your payroll that's that high, this is the biggest disappointment.
They're 17 and a half games back of the Braves.
Yeah.
17 and a half.
What's their payroll
Could
at?
be worse. Cardinals fans? Huh?
What is the Cardinals payroll?
I don't know. Not good enough.
No, I understand that, Anthony. Appreciate your participation.
All I know is it went up this past year.
It sure did.
Factually correct.
All right, so the Cardinals payroll this year is, the active payroll is $145 million, it says. Is that wrong, Anthony?
Total payroll is $161.
Okay, so what's the Mets payroll?
The Mets total payroll is $348 million.
Exactly. That's why they're my biggest disappointment.
Cardinals are 161 plus million. The Mets 348 plus million.
They're double.
That's insane.
That's why I'm saying
348 million doesn't go as far as it used to. 348 million.
What is that? The highest payroll ever in baseball?
It has to be. It has to be.
Okay.
2002. The highest payroll, was the Dodgers at $270 million. The Mets are 348 this year. Wow. Dodgers were 266 3 years ago in 2020. Well, that was the pandemic year. Dodgers 124. I'll just go back one more year. Nope, can't go back one more year. All right. Yeah. I would have to imagine that's the highest in baseball history.
It's got to be.
Has to be.
That's wild.
Question number 4.
From the 636, which food eating challenge do you think you'd have a legitimate chance at winning?
I know the hot dog challenge is there, but what other one is there? I know
Wings.
there's a ton. But
Yeah, chicken wings.
I guess you could just name a food, and if there's a challenge, you can say, hey, I could probably eat this.
Yeah.
There's probably a challenge for almost every single pizza or something like that. I don't know.
Tacos.
Yeah. I like me some tacos, too. What's your favorite kind, Anthony?
Doesn't matter.
You got to have a favorite taco.
Chorizo.
Interesting.
Like a chorizo-based.
Fish tacos?
Fish tacos are excellent. I love all tacos.
I absolutely love that.
Love fish tacos. Love your standard
A
ground
little
beef.
like chipotle ranch sauce in there.
Absolutely.
Oh, my goodness.
A breakfast taco with
could,
chorizo and egg.
I tell you what, boys. I could pound
Breakfast
some
taco
tacos.
in the morning, for sure.
Hey?
You can, buddy.
I could
Breakfast
pound some
taco, yeah.
tacos.
Breakfast tacos, yeah.
Any day of the week.
I could eat tacos breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
On Tuesdays or on any day?
Any day.
Any day.
Doesn't have to be taco. It could
That's
be
good.
Taco Tuesday. It could be Taco Thursday. It could be Taco Monday. I'm in.
And you're winning. You're winning this
I'm
challenge?
winning this taco challenge.
Why? He's going down swinging.
Darn right I am.
Yeah.
We should have a food eating contest against the Riz Show. That should be like the next thing we do.
Well, they got some pretty small units over there. Learn, Moon, King Scott. They don't look like they pack on a whole bunch. No offense to Rafe and Scott over there.
Yeah, what are you saying?
Nothing. But Rafe is on record proudly that he's a pork steak
Eating
animal.
fool.
Yeah. So any guy who can pound the pork steak like Rafe does, you got to be a little bit leery of that.
Well said, Jamie. Now, does he do the exploder before?
No.
Oh yeah. No, probably after.
After. Interesting. Yeah.
You're talking about the pre-workout?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Me
I
too.
thought so.
Yeah.
Thought that's what I was referring to.
I like the ass bloater.
Never a dull moment. How many we get through there, Marsh?
We got 4. You want to get another one?
Yeah, let's get another one.
Get one more in.
Question number 5.
All right, this is from, it says Janet, maybe. Not sure if this is Janet on the text line. It could have been a troll, but I believe this is Janet. Just curious, how long do you expect a player to play to reach his potential?
Ooh, like is
sport?
Is he a young guy?
It doesn't say a specific sport.
Baseball, typically your prime is 26 to 31.
I would agree with that for hockey
Unless
too.
you're Bryce Harper or Ronald Acuna or Juan Soto. I mean, there's always going to be exceptions, right? As a quarterback in the NFL, typically by year 3, you should be, kind of form, unless you're Patrick Mahomes, but by about year 3, you got the rookie stuff out of your way. You got that second year where the playbook expands. And by year 3, you should kind of hit your stride.
Well, Pat Mahomes was a Super Bowl champion in his 3rd year.
He was.
So, I mean, that fits what you're saying. If the first year he didn't even play.
Right.
Do you believe a lot of quarterbacks should do that? Just sit out the first year?
I don't.
Oh, you don't?
I believe that teams should do what they did with Jalen Hurts and put together an offense that is scaled back, that highlights that quarterback's ability, and then in the offseason, expand the playbook, expand. But no, I think you should play. There's no greater advantage in all of sports right now than the quarterback on a rookie deal. You could keep putting the pieces around him, just like the Bengals have done with Joe Burrow, the Chiefs have done initially with Mahomes, Jalen Hurts. You get to a Super Bowl a year ago, that team was absolutely stacked. It was just, could Jalen Hurts take that next step? And he did. What do you think, Jamie? Hockey.
Well, your prime is definitely like 25, 26 to 30. You got a 5-year window there where it's your prime.
Yeah.
And if you're a defenseman, probably 27 to like 32. Just because you finally figure out the game.
Yeah, I think to if it's Janet or whoever asked the question. So let's take baseball for example. If by 27 you're still having these questions, that player probably is who he is. and I know I'm just highlighting quarterbacks because the positions are so different in the NFL. Like you come in at 22 and you're a wide receiver, you can make a huge impact. Running back, same deal. Quarterback, if by the end of the third year, you're not seeing much, that quarterback probably is who he is. So that's how I'd answer that. All right, it's a Fast Lane on 101 at ESPN. Is City SC deep enough to make a playoff run in their first season? Absolutely. We'll tell you why. Next, in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. We chatted with our guy Kyle Hebert yesterday ahead of City SC's match with Toronto FC, and that'll be in Toronto, 6:30 tomorrow night at BMO Field in Toronto. And one of the things that we talked to Kyle about was the sound defense that City SC has played, and he highlighted some of the most important aspects of City SC's defense. This is what he said.
I would say it's something we talk about, and that's going all the way with your decision making. So if I'm, deciding, hey, I'm going to release and I'm going to press this guy, if I go, half the way, I'm like, oh, I'm not going to get there. Now I'm kind of get caught in between. Or vice versa, it's all right sometimes to stay. Maybe we're numbers down in transition. So I'd say within their decision making framework, whenever you do something, just commit to it all the way, because then the rest of the defensive line, like if I fly out to press the right wing back, now Tim knows he's got to haul it and get across. Like he's got no option. And then Yarrow knows he's got to haul it and get across, and Akil knows he's got to haul and get across. And then it's kind of on them. Whereas if I'm staying back all the way, they know they can be more compact. If I go half the way, now I'm putting my fellow teammate in a bind. So that would be one of my biggest pieces of advice.
So, Jamie, when we talk about does City SC, do they have the depth to make a deep playoff run? I think part of that depth conversation needs to include what Kyle talked about yesterday, the system, and whether or not each guy understands his role in the system, and whether or not they're playing good from a support standpoint. When he had mentioned that yesterday, I remarked to you after we signed off with Kyle about how it reminded me a little bit of you as a defender in hockey or safeties in football, that communication aspect. And I feel like that communication has been there for the most part with City. I think when it really, when they lost 3 or 4 guys, the one match a couple of weeks ago, where it's like they were just so depleted. I think it was the game that Kyle missed because of the red card the previous game.
Yeah.
But they were just so depleted that you had guys out there that were inexperienced, and then when they got out of position defensively, whether it was a lack of communication or just not knowing each other, that's when the mistakes happened defensively. And it was like just a jailbreak constantly against Berkey. I have to imagine, Jamie, that there is a similarity between soccer and hockey when you used to play with a partner that you were unfamiliar with. You didn't know what they did on a specific play. You didn't know when you needed to support. You didn't know when they were going to be aggressive. They didn't know when you were going to be aggressive, and that could present some problems. I think they're deep enough, but does that depth get to play enough matches together to matter before the playoffs begin?
Well, right now, I think what you're getting a good look at is their depth is fine. They're still first place in their conference.
Damn right there.
So the depth is being...
Suck at MLS.
Well, it's being tested right now, like big time. You're missing Klaus for over half the season now. Leuven's been out. Those are 2 of their best players. In fact, probably their 2 best players, not named Berkey.
I was about to say, you shut your mouth.
No, but... Klaus was running away with the goals scored for your team, and now he's been injured. You got to anticipate that he will be back at some point. So that's going to be a big jolt to your lineup when Klaus comes back. Leuven, he should be back as well. But right now your depth has stepped up and managed to at least continue winning. Yeah, they've had a couple of dips in the road, but overall they've continued winning. So that combined with Roman Berkey, I think Berkey is the key here. Let's just hope he's able to continue this season just the way he has been without having any hiccups physically. Because if you don't have Roman Berkey this year, it could have been awful. I believe he's got the most saves in all of the MLS right now. So you combine that, so you're a first-place team in the Western Conference, and now you have a goalie that's made the most saves in the entire league.
Yeah.
I'd say that goes hand in hand with your success, as having a great goaltender. So even though they play this pressing style of defense, they're still giving up numerous opportunities. Mm-hmm. And a lot of that is probably attributed to the fact that they've had some roster movements, some players in, some players out, and the fact that they're an expansion team. And no matter how hard they're trying or how aggressive they are, there are some mistakes. right now those mistakes have been able to be handled by a really excellent keeper in Roman Berkey. So for me, the key to success and the depth is Roman Berkey. And then, hopefully these guys who are carrying the mail right now can continue to do so until you do get some reinforcements. By the way, they're your two best players, in Leuven and Klaus. So, yeah, I think this team has plenty of depth to get them to the playoffs. I think to make some noise in the playoffs, they absolutely have to get those two guys back.
I agree that they only go as far as Roman Berkey is gonna carry them. And that is no offense to any other player on that roster, including our guy, Kyle Hebert.
I think they'd all agree.
But they're only going to go as far as Berkey. Berkey can take them. However, I do worry a little bit about, what was the game where he just faced an absolute onslaught?
It was, I think, 2 or 3 games ago where he had 9 saves in the game, I believe. I'll go back and take a look, but he's been outstanding.
It was actually in my opinion, one of their worst losses of the season. It came against...
Oh, it was a loss?
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about... they had, let's see here, they had a win not too long ago where they gave up like 9 shots on goal.
This is going back a little bit.
So if we go back to San Jose, I think that might be the game. And you take a look here, Berkey had 8 saves in that San Jose game.
It might have been the Seattle game. Seattle game back in April when they lost 3-0. Okay. But it could have been 16-0.
Trying to find it here.
He was outstanding, but the defense just completely melted down.
He had 4 saves in that game. So I don't know. Either way,
who's the 9? What was the 9 again?
San Jose. He had 8 saves against San Jose.
Okay. Either way, if the defense overcommits and you've got breakaways and they've got the man advantage in the box, there's only so much Berkey can do. But I think they're going to be fine once they get enough guys healthy. They're going to be fine in that area, and I think that the way that they play will allow them to generate some open looks on the other side. That's really when they're at their best. When they're backed up, they can play that suffocating defense, and then they generate those opportunities on a breakaway.
I found the game you're talking about.
What is it?
It was against Colorado Rapids. Berkey had 12 saves in that game, and it was a draw, 1-1.
Okay. There you go.
That's a clinic.
12 saves. That's
the
a
other
ton.
goalie had 3 saves in that game.
12. There you have it. All right. And that was the one I think that had a bunch. It was just like one after the other where it was just so many breakdowns. Mm-hmm. Defenders would, I don't know if they call it a pinch like they do in hockey, but it was like they would be aggressive. They'd pinch up and then
press, I believe that's what they call it.
Yeah, they press, and then next thing you know, you got time and space going the other way. All right, City SC again this weekend. They'll take on Toronto in Toronto. That will be a 6:30 start time on Apple TV. We've got the Gauntlet next on 101 ESPN.
categories, one challenger. Can you master the gauntlet?
Brought to you by Master, your hometown source for business communications for more than 30 years. Visit masstour.com.
4:02, your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler with Jamie Rivers and Andrew Marsh. I'm Anthony Stalter. Time for the Gauntlet, and we've got Jude on the line. What's up, Jude?
Hello, happy birthday, Riz. Oh, not on show.
Did you mean to do that?
I missed
Possibly.
it. I didn't have my ears in.
He said the happy birthday Riz thing.
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, who we got, Jude?
Hey, Jude.
All right, Jude and Anthony, I have something I'm going to throw at you guys real quick.
All right.
Because we got a text from the 314, and they said they're not trying to be mean or hateful in any way. They said, Jamie, say keeper, not goalie when talking soccer. Sincerely trying to help. I did say keeper a number of times. Maybe I slid a goalie in there. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
If so, I apologize. What do you guys think?
Maybe I say goalie.
Does it matter? Is he not a goalie? I know he's a keeper.
He's a keeper. He's
goalkeeper.
He's a goalkeeper of the net.
Let me ask you guys this, and Jude, you're involved in this too, is would you rather me not talk about soccer or say maybe call the goalie a goalie instead of a keeper, but continue to talk about City SC?
What do you think, Jude?
So personally, I played soccer and I always called myself a goalie, but I think the professional role is a keeper.
Okay. Well, I'll do better. And from the 314, I know they weren't trying to be mean or anything like that. So I just didn't know. As a self-review, I wanted to make sure.
I'll say it this way. Roman Berkey, the keeper of St. Louis City SC, has played out of his boots this year.
Those are shoes.
Out of his boots.
Those are shoes.
On the pitch.
Damn it. All right.
Good. We cool?
I'm cool, yeah. I'm not even angry at all. I just want to make sure I'm doing it the right way.
You are.
I want to do that soccer,
You're doing great. You're doing that soccer better than anybody, quite frankly. All right, Jude, would you like to take on Marsh, Jamie, or myself today?
Jamie.
Oh, he's going to kick me when I'm down, eh, Jude?
He knew.
All right.
He knew.
All right, buddy. Good luck, man.
Thank you. You too.
Jude, was the game plan to always go with Jamie?
Yeah, it was.
All right, I like that. I like that a lot. All right, go ahead. Tell Marsh to spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel.
What category are you hoping for, Jude?
Hoping for baseball. I just don't want hockey.
Okay. Where's that wheel, Marsh? I got to see it here. Okay, it's random today. Random trivia. How you feel about that, Jude?
I'm okay with that.
All right. Not baseball, also not hockey, though. All right, give me those launch codes, Marsh. There we go. Thank you. All right, Jude, you're going to get 4 random questions today. Jamie's going to get the same 4 random questions. Each question is worth 2 points unless you need the options. Therefore, those questions are worth 1 point. You ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, here we go. Question number 1. Hey, speaking of which, St. Louis City SC has the best goal differential in MLS. What is their goal differential?
I'm going to need the options here.
Is it plus 14, plus 15, plus 16?
Plus 14. Final answer.
All right.
Question number 2. What month is the hottest month of the year across the United States?
August.
Final answer?
Yeah.
Question number 3. Which state was the first to ratify the Constitution? Which state was the first to ratify the Constitution?
Options, please.
Delaware, Connecticut, Maryland.
Delaware, final answer.
Question number 4. The America's Cup is a championship trophy given out to which sport? Given out in which sport?
Yeah, I think I'm going to need the options on this one.
Your options are sailing, skiing, or rowing.
going to go with, what was the first option?
First option was sailing.
Yeah, I'm going to go with sailing.
Final answer?
Yeah.
All right, as we bring back Jamie, just got word, Brad Thompson's going to join us at the bottom of the hour, 4:30.
How about that?
4:30, Brad Thompson is going to join us live from Guaranteed Rate Field in Chicago, Illinois, where the Cardinals open a new series against the White Sox. Jamie Rivers is plugging in his ears here. He's ready to go, I think.
Yeah, all right. How'd our guy do here?
Well, Marsh, tell him.
Pack a lunch, Jamie.
Yeah, all righty.
Jamie, your category today is random trivia.
Oh, I like these,
Random
actually.
trivia. Question number 1, Jamie.
Yeah.
St. Louis City SC has the best goal differential in MLS. What is their goal differential?
Oh, wow. Plus 12 or plus 13? Damn it. Give me the options.
Plus 14, plus 15, plus 16.
All right. I was checking on this not too long ago. It's 14 or 15 for sure. I'm going to go with 15, final answer.
Question number 2. What month is the hottest month of the year across the United States?
What month is the hottest month of the year? The obvious one you think of is like July. When you think of August, though, man, we've had some Augusts. I'm trying to think of some of those other southern states, like August. I'm going to go August. Final answer.
Question number 3, Jamie. Which state was the first to ratify the Constitution?
Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania. Final answer.
Question number 4. The America's Cup is a championship trophy given out in which sport?
Sailing. Final answer.
Okay.
I don't feel good about this, guys. I don't like these questions. Grant, you're fired.
Ouch. Let's go over these.
Unless I win.
Jude versus Jamie today. Let's go with this one. What month is the hottest month of the year across the United States of America? Jude, no options. You said August. Jamie, no options. You said August. Correct answer is...
Well, it's July, fellas.
July is the correct answer. We get a 0-0 tie between Jude
went against
and
my
Jamie.
Own advice there.
You did.
Damn it.
St. Louis City SC is the best goal differential in the MLS. What is their goal differential? Jude, with the options, you said 14. Jamie, with the options, you said 15. Correct answer is
15.
Jamie has got a 1-0 lead over Jude today. Which state was the first to ratify the Constitution? Jamie, you said, wasn't it Pennsylvania? Yeah, Pennsylvania.
I'm a Canadian, you know.
Which was not an option. Jude went with the options. You said Delaware. Correct answer is?
It's Delaware.
It is Delaware. We got a 1-1 tie.
I should have taken the options.
We got a 1-1 tie between Jude and Jamie. It comes down to this. The America's Cup is a championship trophy given out in which sport? Well, Jude, you said sailing. Jamie, you said sailing. Correct answer is?
It is sailing.
Jude. Needed the options.
You have chosen poorly.
You lose. Not today.
Jamie won 3-2. He won it on that question, which, again, was sailing. 3-2 victory over Jude. Jude, I'm sorry, man. You had a nice rally here. You had the last 2 questions right, but you needed the options on both, which left you 1 point short today against Jamie. Jude, you there? You okay, buddy?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was difficult, tough.
Okay.
Yeah, it was,
Jude. Jude, we're going to leave you with your thoughts. We thank you for playing, and we thank you for listening.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay.
All right, have a great weekend, Jude.
Nice job, Jude.
You too.
All right.
So, interesting fact, Anthony, about the America's Cup is there's a guy named Hank Lammons.
Oh, yeah, old Lammy.
No, not so much. Anyways, he played college hockey at St. Lawrence University, My brother played hockey at St. Lawrence University. Hank Lammons was drafted by, I believe, the New York Islanders afterwards. Anyways, he never really played in the NHL, but he always had a passion for sailing. He did this in the offseason as a college player. And then my brother and I, like years down the road, like 5-6 years down the road, here's Hank Lammons winning the America's Cup.
Nice.
As a sailor. So then you kind of pay attention because it's somebody you actually know. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be paying attention to sailing.
Right.
So that kind of funny how that all intertwined.
So in other words, Marsh, do you hear what I heard?
I heard that if you go to college and you don't succeed at one sport, you can become great at another.
That's right, Marsh. Grant set up Jamie for the win on that. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN.
Is he hired again?
Apparently.
Of course, I won.
Yeah, exactly. Is Mo's track record not as good as some believe?
It's great, isn't it?
I love how Marsh set that up. It's not as good as some believe.
What are you talking about?
It should read, is Mo's track record just as bad as most believe?
No. Are the Cardinals as good as we think? Yeah, that wasn't very good.
That's next on 101 ESPN.
I'll try again later.
Jamie, we love calling our guys Stewie because we always get an education when it comes to saving us money, especially when it comes to loans or purchasing a house. But Stewie, I wanted to get you on the phone today because I had somebody ask me the other day about jumbo financing. I have no idea what jumbo financing is, but I know you do.
Anthony, a regular conventional loan goes up to $726,000 as a loan amount. It's not a purchase price, but the loan amount, and that typically is going to give you the better rates. Once you go above there, it becomes a product called a jumbo, and typically those rates are 0.5%, 0.75%, maybe even a whole percent higher. We rolled out a product that has the same or better rate than a conventional loan for jumbo financing. So if you're in the market for a higher-end loan, you're still eligible for the bagel, which is no closing costs. In that case, you'll be saving $10,000 to $15,000. You'll get a same or better rate than a conventional loan. And, yes, we can close those in 10 days as well.
Anthony, this is why we call Stewie Jumbo Loan, Jumbo Shrimp. I had no idea what was going on there, but Stewie's got us covered, and he's got you covered, too. Give him a call or shoot him a text at 314-324-4440.
Again, if you miss that number, 314-324-4440. Or, Jamie, they can
Google the bagel loan.
Thank you, Stewie.
Have a great weekend, guys.
NMLS number 226715.
Glenn Fredrickson of the Post-Dispatch and STLtoday.com wrote a recent column in which he talked about under John Mozeliak's leadership, the Cardinals achieved greatness, then let it go. He's right. He's spot on. I mean, the Cardinals' success under Mo should be highlighted. Won a World Series in 11, got back to the World Series, so thus won a pennant in 2013. We talk about Mike Matheny pitching to David Ortiz. Let's not overlook the fact that the Cardinals had an excellent team that year, got to the World Series, came up short.
Could have pitched around him.
Could have pitched around him. They probably should have. Yeah, absolutely.
They just hit him every time.
Cardinals played for a couple of pennants, too, under Mo.
What?
Come on,
That would have been a good strategy.
Focus.
Sorry.
A lot of playoff appearances. Had the 3 straight seasons, though, where they didn't make a playoff appearance. Then got back to the NLCS, lost to the Nationals. But everything's kind of come to a head here in 2023. And I was listening to the opening drive today, and they were talking about how this season might be a one-off. They're talking actually about whether or not it should be kind of a mulligan season. I don't think that this is a one-off. I think if you look back at John Mozeliak's track record, there's a pattern that has emerged, and that pattern has led to the stumble in 2023. I don't think that this year is just things went sideways, had some injuries, had some underperformances. You know what? We'll be fine. We're going to reload. We'll be good again next year. I think that can be the case, but not if you stand on the sidelines at the trade deadline. Certainly not if you stand on the sidelines when it comes to the offseason, or if you decide to go the patchwork route again at the deadline and or in the offseason by signing some guys that are average talents that you give the 5 years to. We'll call it, though, I don't know, the Mike Leake contract, something like that. Very average talent. He's fine. Not great, but here, take our money and our years.
I wish somebody would do that to me.
Yeah, I'm in for that too, Jamie.
As you were.
I don't think this is a one-off. I think that this is a pattern of behavior now that has led to what we're seeing. The pitching staff is like, we'll be fine. We'll get it through. We'll get through. We're going to load up on offensive talent because, boy, we needed to do that. And they did. So they sold out, got all this offensive talent. We built the offense. How's your pitching? It'll be fine. Complete disaster. I think they need to retool by refocusing some things. They need to be aggressive. They need to understand what's out there in Atlanta's system, in Houston's system, in Tampa Bay's system, in I don't know, whoever else is going to be, the Dodgers system. They need to see who is going to be a World Series contender and have the utmost knowledge on their system and what they have and pick their bleeping pockets. That it starts at this year's deadline.
Yeah, so for me, it goes back about 4 years ago. Well, maybe 5. My timeline could be blurred a little bit, but they pivoted, and they started going for big bat. They were looking for the offense. I think my math is correct about 4 years ago. It was a mistake. You can be hyper-focused on one specific thing, but you can't ignore the other. So, like, if you look at Doug Armstrong this year at the draft, and I just used the Blues, so for some people, he loves the Blues. No, I'm using them as a reference point because everybody in St. Louis can get all this information and understand and hear us talking about it, so it's easy for everyone to associate the two. That's why I use the Blues a lot. Doug Armstrong knew he needed centermen and defensemen in this year's draft. He could have just said, I'm going with centermen, or I'm going to get some scoring guys and just go, and ignored the positions that he needed or positions that the Blues have been strong in for a number of years. Defense has been an area where the Blues have been really good for a long time. Not so much last year. So Army addressed 2 areas in the draft that he feels like are very important to the defensive game overall. Where I think John Mozeliak went sideways on this is he went way too extreme in one direction. Thinking that the Matthew Liberatore was going to pan out. He had some other guys like Dakota Hudson, Jake Woodford. Right. So, again, it comes back to misevaluation of talent that you have on your roster and believing, kind of gambling a little bit, that this is going to be fine. Those guys are going to carry us where we need to go, and now we're going to have a bunch of big bats in the lineup, and everything's going to be okay.
Right.
It was a misstep. So, to your point, Anthony, you're right. It wasn't just this offseason. It wasn't just last year's trade deadline or whatever. In fact, I thought he did pretty good last year at the trade deadline. If we're going to be honest about what Mo did at the trade deadline, he got you exactly what you needed.
Yeah.
He got you some pretty solid pitching. Now, was Quintana a bit of a risk? Because you're like, I don't know what version we're getting here. He was having a pretty good season before that anyways. But he gave you a Quintana, who ended up being your game one starter. And he gave you Montgomery, who now is at the top of the food chain. Mm-hmm. So Mo did a good job at the deadline last year. Prior to that, though, in the offseason, he didn't address the starting pitching.
Right.
How do we know that? Because he had to go get starting pitching at the deadline last year. And how do we know the year before he didn't do well in the offseason when pitching? Because he had to go get starting pitching again that year at the deadline, but this time in the form of John Lester and Jay Happ, which is way lower down on the food chain. No disrespect to either player, especially John Lester, who's a World Series champion, but he wasn't at the height of his career. In fact, it was the last time he ever pitched in the majors following his stint here in St. Louis. So when you go back and you start backtracking it like that, you see clearly where the mistakes have happened. Mm-hmm. And you can highlight the great trade for Goldie, the great trade for Arenado. You can highlight Jordan Walker and Nolan Gorman. But at the same time as you got Gorman and Walker and Carlson, some of these guys who were big draft choices for the offensive side of your game, you could have sprinkled in some high-end pitching too. And that hasn't come to fruition yet. The guys you thought were going to be that didn't pan out. You should have increased the numbers of those guys so that your percentages got greater when it comes to the pitching. You kind of put all the eggs in one basket or into 3 or 4 pitchers that haven't panned out.
Right.
And now you're sitting there with a gap, like we talked about yesterday, from your current roster to your prospects. The gap is too big. You don't have that pitcher in waiting just yet. So, to me, it goes back about 4 years where the problems started to occur.
I mean, you just look at the last 10 years. I think you've only won, 2 playoff series since you went to the World Series. You won the 2014 NLDS against the... that's 2019.
That's right. 2019 was against Atlanta.
2014, you lost to the San Francisco Giants, who ended up winning the World Series that year.
Oh, boy, Anthony, that was a good day, wasn't it?
No, not for our Cardinals.
I'm happy for you.
But other than that, what have you done in the postseason? You haven't done anything. I don't care.
You won the World Series in 11.
Marshy, you got there.
Jeez.
You're there every year, Marshy.
Come on.
Marthy.
Well, hey, about Marthy.
What the hell's wrong with me?
Listen, Martha, you've been there. You're good.
So 2015, they had a really solid team that year. Lost to the Cubs, right? They lose that year. That's when you had John Lackey, made these moves. And the moves that have been made have been decent moves in terms of getting some players like Arenado, Goldschmidt, but it's not amounted to anything. None of it has in the last 10 years. So at what point do you have to sort of go in a different direction? You know, you look at Theo Epstein. That guy reversed 2 curses. Mm-hmm. He's not
the biggest curses ever.
The biggest curses ever
in sports history.
The Red Sox, they've been a complete different organization since 2004.
He had a wallet to go with reversing that curse. The Red Sox and the Cubs were not shy to spend some cabbage.
But at least he had a game plan.
The Cardinals just don't have the money to do that, Anthony.
No, they're pinching pennies for sure. They have to. The fan base doesn't show up. They don't pack Busch Stadium.
I never said that.
There's no surrounding area in which they can make any money.
You're on an island right now.
I mean, it's brutal. This is brutal.
At the end of the day,
you haven't won anything. You haven't won anything. You haven't been to the NLCS since
2019.
Since 2019. And you didn't win that. You didn't win a game.
You barely scored a run.
You barely beat the Braves.
Whoa, barely. They hung 10 on them in the first inning.
In game 5.
It's a bad inning. That's about the
for Fultonavich.
Then you used up all your runs in that one, though, because I don't think you scored another one.
I think they got shut out.
Carlos Martinez, remember, he blew a game in that Braves series.
Carlos, my boy.
That's
Yadier Molina had to be Yadier Molina
you guys are close
in game 4.
Yeah.
Helped the team.
Listen, they stink. We get it, Marsh.
They don't stink. I mean, they do. They do this year. They stink. But
you know what they are? They're just average.
They are. They are average.
This year, they're terrible.
How does that feel, Marshy, for you to say that? Because I know you're a passionate Cardinals fan. And when
they're average?
Yeah. Like I see in your face.
They're an average organization.
Like it's all over your face. That
all of it?
All of it.
Yeah.
You're wearing it.
I am wearing it. It's just right on my face.
That's tough.
I mean, it doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel great at all.
No, I bet it doesn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
I grew up just watching this team win. That's all I did. Some would say I was spoiled.
There you go. You beat me to it. Brad Thompson next on 101 ESPN.
All right, fellas, if you're out there right now using ED meds, nobody cares. I don't care. All I care about is when it's game time, you're ready to go. But what I do care about, what Marshy cares about, what Anthony cares about, is not paying too much for those ED meds. You know what I'm talking about, too. A little blue pill, maybe some of those chewy things costing you a ton of money. And I get it. But why don't you go to the medicine shop in St. Charles, where they've got the generic called sildenafil for less than $2 a pill. Prescription is required. And if you have any other medicines that you take on a regular basis, or maybe even not a regular basis, the medicine shop in St. Charles offers free, discreet shipping and delivery to your home or your workplace. I talk about it all the time. It is a fantastic service provided by the medicine shop that I love using on a monthly basis, and you'll love it too. Just call up over there, talk to a representative, get signed up for it. You won't be sorry. Or go in to the pharmacy. It's a full pharmacy. Anything you need, from cough and cold to allergies to Band-Aids to ankle braces to wrist braces, whatever it is, they've got you covered at the medicine shop in St. Charles. So please, again, visit them in person or visit them online at stcharles.pharmacy. That's stcharles.pharmacy.
ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cards avoid the sweep yesterday with a win over the Miami Marlins 3-0. Jack Flaherty went 6 2/3. Gave up 9 hits, walked 2, and struck out 5 in the win. He improves to 6-5 on the year. Nolan Arenado tacked on his 17th home run of the season. Jose Fermin is being called up to the big squad. Tommy Edman will head to the IL with a right wrist inflammation. Fermin will make his Major League debut with his first appearance, and he will wear number 35. We talked earlier today about City SC and if they have a deep enough roster to make a playoff run in their first season with a couple injuries. St. Louis City will take on Toronto tomorrow, 6:30 start time. If you've missed anything from today's show, make sure you go to 101ESPN.com or check out the 101 mobile app. You can find the full podcast. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. BT is joining us from the south side of Chicago to talk a little Cardinals baseball. That's coming your way next right here in the Fast Lane. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center Update is driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at Londoff.com and LondoffAutoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Open a new series against the Chicago White Sox tonight, and joining us from Guaranteed Rate Field, or whatever the hell the White Sox are calling it these days, is our guy Brad Thompson, 2006 World Series champion and proud member of the Fast Lane. What's up, BT?
Man, you said that, and I looked around, and I'm like, where am I? Am I at the right place? No, that's what it's called now. That sounds absolutely right. Hey, I did want to bring something up. As Marshy was doing the update, and he does a fantastic job with those, as you know. I did hear something in the background. Maybe I was just hearing something. But I thought when he talked about the Cardinals won, it was like 3-0. I thought I heard something in the background that was like a woo, but it seemed like very condescending. Did I hear that correctly, or what was that?
It was more of a woohoo, and it had some spice on it. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, it felt super condescending, as if this team has not won a lot of games recently. Just didn't need it. That wasn't the type of energy we were trying to hit on a Friday.
How I said it and how you heard it, BT, that's not really my fault, Wow. Maybe I was really celebrating.
Okay, well, I must be at home now.
Hey, BT, speaking of which, not the home part, but you talked, I led off the show. First of all, I'm wearing my Be Patient t-shirt. I led off the show with, that was the game last night that's going to turn the whole season around. And when you look at things, sometimes we do, in life, have to be patient, especially when our expectations are not being met and, it feels like you're in hell. You just got to be patient. And that's what I think the Cardinals fans need to be right now.
I'm sick of you lying to people, too. I'm over that.
I am wearing the t-shirt, though.
He is wearing the t-shirt.
Yeah. Well, you guys are live on YouTube now, aren't you? That is a terrifying thing. I feel like I got out at the right time.
Oh, Brad, I miss you, though, buddy.
It's scary. There are so many things that we would do where I'd be saying one thing, but my body and my actions are saying something totally different, and I know I would get caught in that.
Yeah.
And then people are like, hey, Brad, I know you said something about something was going to be great, but then you were shaking your head at Anthony and then doing some sort of a pelvic thrust. What was that? But
stretching out your hip flexors.
So, look, to your point of yesterday's game, as again condescending as it was, that's what it needs to look like. Isn't it amazing how you play better baseball and you have a better vibe when your starter goes more than a third of an inning? Like Jack Flaherty went out there and did a great job, and he pitched well, and he pitched with confidence, and he got deep into a game. He threw 111 pitches. Like, that's what you need. And guess what? You get to follow it up today with the Cardinals' most consistent starter in Montgomery. Monty has been unreal. He's been on a tear. You look at his last 6 games, he's got a sub-2 ERA. He's been getting it done for you. So that's how you want to set it up. Now, consistently, will we see more of that from Jack? I sure hope so. I know Jack talked about it the other day, that he feels like he's getting closer and closer to that guy he was a couple of years ago. And for Montgomery, we know what he has been and what he can be. The question is, after that, Michaelis, you feel pretty good about where he's at. What about the other 2 spots in this rotation? Because that's the only way, as we've talked a lot about, guys, that that you're going to go on a tear or you're going to go on a winning streak. You're going to win 7 out of 10. You have to do it with good, consistent starting pitching, and that's just something that they have not had to this point.
Yeah, it's a good point. I don't know what to expect after those 3. I guess we'll find out, and hopefully it's positive. But, BT, I want to go back to last night. It's the, 7th inning. Jack Flaherty's got himself in some trouble. He's had a real good game. He's got the big 0 on the board. First and third, Ollie Marmol comes out to the bump. Doesn't get the ball. Whether he asked for it or not, I don't think he did. I think he was waiting to hear Jack Flaherty say, "Get the hell out of here, Ollie. I've got this." But what was your thought on Ollie going up there and it looking like Jack Flaherty said, "No, I got this"?
You know what? So Ollie will do this, man. He doesn't always go out there wanting the ball, but he also is not stupid enough to believe that every pitcher is just going to tell him the truth. So the difference is he'll say, he won't give you the, "Hey, are you feeling okay?" Because I would look right at Tony La Russa and be like, "I'm feeling good, Skip," and then I won't be able to wipe tomorrow. But guys will lie to you. So he'll go out there, and I believe that was the situation of, "Hey, how are you going to get this guy? If you want him, how are you going to do it? You walk me through how you're going to do it." And that's how, to me, in my opinion, that's how you build some more trust. Like, "Hey, you're looking good. You're getting the job done. How are you going to do it?" If you're satisfied with the answer, you give him an opportunity to do it. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, well, then you end up being able to go to your bullpen. They went to Stratton. Stratton did a great job. Hicks shut that bad boy down. But, I like that communication on his side because I think that it ends up really building even more trust with some of the guys on your staff.
BT, Brad Thompson joining us right now. We're live from Chicago. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. We had this conversation earlier. I love your input and your insight on this. What do you think the game plan is in the second half for Ivan Herrera, if there is one?
I wouldn't say I don't know. I'll just say I don't know, but I will say I don't think that there is necessarily a game plan for him. Okay. I think that he's here right now because of the situation with Kisner, and I think that his will go back into his role. Now he's getting the nod today. He's in the lineup. Contreras, who we all know he's been on fire with the bat, and he actually looked pretty good behind the plate with Jack Flaherty, or maybe Jack Flaherty looked good. It's amazing how good a pitching staff can make a catcher look. Funny how that works. But he was originally going to be in the lineup today, but when they flew in, he had an issue, like a dental issue, and I think that he might have had to have a tooth removed this morning. I believe that he might have some stitches or something in there. So he had something done today, so they're going to give him the day off. They're going to give Herrera a nod. But you just never know what you might do with an opportunity, right? If he goes out there and he looks good and maybe gets another chance here and there, maybe that shifts the way that they look at how they want to handle him down the stretch. Because we all know that Herrera was talked about as early as last year as being like maybe an heir apparent for Yadier Molina. Well, we saw him come up, get a handful of games under his belt, did not go as planned, albeit at a very young age for Herrera. But I'm not sure that there's anything definitively in the plans when it comes to playing time for him or big league time for him. But I could certainly be wrong on that.
BT, when you look at a guy like Herrera, now we bounced around the idea, the possibilities of what could be. And unfortunately, I guess it was kind of at the expense of Andrew Kisner. Just not because we don't like Kis. We just kind of kicked the can down the road and thought about a 60-40 or a 70-30 split between Contreras and Herrera, or Cardinals maybe using that piece to acquire some starting pitching. I don't know what the trade value would be on a guy like Herrera, and I don't particularly want to trade him, but, are these a couple of things the Cardinals could be looking at?
Yeah, very well could be. And when it comes to the trade side, I think that there's a couple of guys for the Cardinals that would be hands off limits, my cold dead hands, whatever. I don't believe that Herrera would be one of those. So if you're trying to get a deal done, you do have Contreras set up for the next 4 years after this one, albeit, maybe you don't want him to have as many reps behind the plate, but he's going to be there, right? You have the ability to move from that position because, if somebody likes Herrera, and the baseball world was quite high on Ivan Herrera last couple of years also, I think that he could end up fetching you something, or could be a key piece in a deal potentially that ends up sealing it. You got a talented young catcher who is hit at pretty much every level in the minor leagues and is, by all accounts, doing a lot better behind the plate. I think that there could be some real interest there. And when it comes to the timeshare part of it moving forward, I'm not sure what that's going to look like. I think that they really trust in – I feel like it's important, and Kisner doesn't necessarily fit this bill, but he fits it a lot better than Herrera would. If you're going to have a backup catcher, if you're talking about like a 70-30 split or even like a 60-40 split, I need a veteran guy that is very comfortable in his position, like very comfortable knowing that he is the second guy, and really puts in all the work behind the scenes and does all the scouting reports and really digs in. And Kisner does that at an incredible level. Not to say that he's the only guy that can do that. And in fairness, I don't know Herrera's preparation as much because he hasn't been here as much. But generally, I kind of want an older, saltier guy in that role. But that's not always the case either. Sometimes you just got some young guys that force themselves into the mix.
Brad, great stuff as always. Looking forward to hearing you on the call this weekend as the Cardinals wrap up their first half of the season against the White Sox. We'll check back with you next week. Have a great weekend.
Hey, you guys have a great weekend as well. And look, let's put together something. I want happy talk going into next week. So let's go with a series here. That would be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun. Absolutely.
That'd be different too.
Yeah.
Didn't need it. Again, it would be different. But you're right. You're right. It would be a nice change of pace.
All right, BT. I'll try to keep Jamie in line.
All right, fellas. Yeah, please do it. You got an hour and 20 minutes. I mean, keep it positive one time.
We'll try.
Be patient, Anthony.
Be patient. Absolutely. No doubt. All right, BT. We'll see you, buddy.
All right, boys. All right, take care.
So, yeah, that's Brad Thompson here on 101 at ESPN. We're going to play Am I Crazy next. If you have a Am I... What?
It's an easy one.
For who?
Oh, come on.
Marshy?
Of course.
Am I Crazy next on the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. I love being a club member of the Missouri Athletic Club. When it comes to the MAC and their speaker series, I really enjoy some of the events that they have, especially coming up. They've got a speaker series that's going to include Chip Carey and Joe Buck and talking about the history of Cardinals and the broadcast aspect of it. But there's all kinds of fun stuff that the Missouri Athletic Club does. They host events like the College Basketball Writers Association Awards, which we always are a part of each and every year. But when it comes to being a club member of the MAC, love to get the workout in. I certainly enjoy their business center, date nights with my wife, Kristen, and just bringing the family and getting them involved with the various clubs as well. That's my MAC, the Missouri Athletic Club.
crazy?
You're crazy.
Am I crazy?
We're talking paranoid delusional psychosis.
Do you have any crazy thoughts or opinions?
Buckle up. It's a crazy season.
Send them our way for the Fast Lane's Am I Crazy?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Come on, let's get crazy.
Time to play Am I Crazy in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Andrew Marsh. All right, Marsh, what do you got for us?
Yeah, let's just go straight to the text line. We got a couple good ones here from the 314. Am I crazy, or will the Cardinals make a legitimate competitive offer to Shohei Ohtani this offseason?
Well, I've been saying it, for almost 2 years now.
Define competitive.
Well, I would offer anything right now, pretty much. There's nobody that'd be in my cold, dead hands for Ohtani.
Well, I think they're saying offseason, right, Marsh?
Yeah, in the offseason.
Oh, like a financial.
Yeah.
$50 million a year, 10 years. $500 million.
I think you are crazy. I don't think they come anywhere close. I don't think they're going to hand out a 10-year contract, which is what it's going to take to get Ohtani.
Well, you said define competitive, and then you just crapped on it.
I'm just saying this person is crazy for thinking that the Cardinals are going to be competitive for Shohei Ohtani. They're not. They're going to dip their toe in the water.
Anthony?
They're going to send Ohtani's agent like an insulting 3-year, $70 million offer or something like that.
I thought my text to the Air Comfort Service text line was a good one. Well, you just crapped all over me.
Hey, the segment is Am I Crazy? It's not Am I okay to send this text in to not get yelled at?
Yeah, no, it's crazy to think that.
What's our motto, Jamie?
Nobody's safe.
Thank you.
Correct.
Including us.
True. All right. Yeah, we're crazy. You're crazy. Whoever it is.
Yeah. We own it, though.
Let's stick with the text line from the 636. Am I crazy, or should the Cards extend Montgomery and Flaherty? Who are you going to trade for that is better for 2024?
Well, one, I think you're crazy to extend Flaherty. There's just too much of a wild card there with the injuries and inconsistencies. As far as Monty goes, for me, it's just a price tag. Like, what is he going to command on the open market? And can you extend him with a number that he's happy with?
He's going to get $20 million a year.
Yeah, see, that's a tough one for me. I mean, I guess you're giving Michaelis that contract.
Yeah. He's gonna get a little, maybe like $21-22 million a year. Somebody's gonna pay it.
Okay, so then let me ask you this. One, we automatically go, that's too much. Cardinals won't pay that. But this is what happened this offseason. The market went berserk, and the Cardinals, we're not gonna pay that, and they end up last place right now.
Right.
So, at what point? Hang on. Am I crazy to think the Cardinals will change their spending habits?
No, you're not crazy for thinking that. It's $20 million. The starting price for even a decent starting pitcher is $20 million a year. I was listening to BK and Ferrario's show. It was Alex and T-Bone today, and Alex was kind of hemming and hawing over like 12 to 13 million a year and I forgot which pitcher T-Bone brought up, but for like a banged up, injury history. I get it. You don't want to sign somebody that's got an injury history, but 12 to 13 million, you ain't getting much. 20 million a year for a starting pitcher in today's game.
I just don't know if the Cardinals will have the
Huevos Rancheros.
No, I don't. Well, yeah, that's one. Yes.
And certainly. They don't.
I just don't know if they would have the desire or the ability to wrap their brains around having to pay that much, because they've always been able to go shopping in the mid-level area and continue to win and just do their thing. But even the mid-level area now, the price has gone up. I mean, inflation. We talk to our guy Stewie all the time. Inflation's off the charts. And I don't know if can the Cardinals keep up with the times?
Not to the degree of the Mets and the Phillies and the Yankees and the Dodgers.
Are the Cardinals willing to keep up with the times?
Absolutely not.
Because they can.
Sure.
Financially, they can.
Yes.
They can compete with almost everybody not named the Dodgers or Yankees. Or like they've got enough here in the kitty, the slush fund.
Right. No, they're going to continue to pay slightly above average talent, buku bucks for 4 or 5 years. They'll be willing to go that extra year, and they're going to continue to get slightly above average players.
That doesn't really work.
Is everybody else depressed now on a Friday? We feeling good?
I was feeling good up until that point. Oof.
Okay.
I have one for you guys. Am I crazy to think if the Cardinals have a good second half of July that they won't be sellers at the deadline based on their August schedule?
If they start to, we'll just call it, turn things around heading into the deadline, and that is enough for Mo to add Rich Hill and do nothing else, I promise you, I will lambaste.
I don't even know what that word means.
I will absolutely. Ranthony will
yes.
He will go off, and it'll be his last moment. It'll be it. He'll die on the air.
Based off of what?
If the Cardinals
are buyers,
buyers.
Yeah.
So Marsh threw it out there. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
If the Cardinals are 8.5 games back instead of 12.5, leading up to the deadline, because they kind of turn things around a little bit, and then they decide to not sell and just do a small buy, similar to what they've done the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I will go ballistic.
So
I promise you.
Do you want me to read off what their August schedule is?
Sure.
So they take on the Twins at home.
First place Twins.
Yeah.
Good pitching.
Terrible division. Actually worse than this division.
Okay.
Take on the Rockies at home.
Terrible.
Then you have the Rays.
Very good.
Then you have the Royals.
Stinkola.
In KC. Then you take on the Athletics, the Mets, who are ahead of you. And by the way that I think if the Cardinals, we're throwing hypotheticals out here.
Mm-hmm.
If they wanted to make a push in August, they're taking on a ton of teams that are ahead of them in the wild card. They are closer to the final wild card spot than they are to this National League Central, right? To the Reds, because the Reds are playing really good ball. They take on the Mets. So again, you have the Athletics, you take on the Mets, who are ahead of you, the Pirates, who are ahead of you, the Phillies, who are ahead of you, and the Padres. You can play good ball in August. If they can find some way to rebalance this team, as John Morosi has said, and they can play good ball in August, you have a ton of teams right there. You're not taking on teams in your own division and getting those games back, but you are getting games back from teams that are ahead of you in the wild card.
I know I've asked this before, but I've had multiple head traumas. When is the trade deadline?
July 31st.
August 1st?
Right?
I thought it was August 1st. Might be July 31st.
All right, well, unfortunately, they're not going to have this thing figured out by then. I used the 4 games back as my
August 1st.
A couple weeks ago I said if they're 4 games back, I would make a push. I think you owe it to your fan base. If you're only 4 games back at the trade deadline, you make a push. You go and you buy. You sell some pieces, but you buy.
Yeah.
They're not going to be 4 games.
No.
They're not going to be there. So if all of a sudden John Mozeliak wants to buy at the deadline when they're 7 or 8 games back, I'm going to be completely disappointed in the decision of the organization. I think that's just, quite honestly, it's reckless.
What evidence do we have to suggest that they're going to put anything together?
I mean, we don't have any evidence. The only evidence that we do have...
You see that game last night?
Except for last night.
But then again, when did we think that the team that rattled off 17 wins in a row, what hope did we have for that team?
You're not wrong.
You know what I'm saying?
What were they, though? We had no hopes for them.
What about the team last year? They were. It took the Brewers to put out a stupid tweet and trade one of their better relievers, and then Albert Pujols to have an incredible second half for this team to make the playoffs. But it happened.
But they were in second place in the division.
For sure.
And they were in the wild card mix.
For sure.
Marsh, they're 12.5 games back.
I understand, Anthony. I understand.
You know what he did last? Unbelievable. I'm just putting this together. I'm just putting this together. Do you see what's going on, Jamie?
It's coming. It's creeping back into my mind.
Starting to believe again.
He got the text.
I know he did, and he answered it.
He got the text that said you up with the little red bird.
I got the same one last night.
They stopped texting me. They know.
What I did is I left them on.
blocked you.
They blocked me.
I left them on red. So they know I read the text. I ain't responded.
Did he respond? Marsh responded.
Of course he did.
Vicious cycle. Yesterday I told everyone on the balloon party that I didn't care about this team, and now I'm finding ways to actually hope that they make the playoffs.
Marshy
This is
did
vision.
one.
This is vision, Marshy. He's
psychotic.
back again.
You know, Marshy.
I am crazy.
He got the "you up" text.
Yeah.
And he grabbed that phone and he is like,
I actually called him back.
No,
I didn't even text him back.
You were like, crazy enough, I was having trouble sleeping. I was hoping you'd call.
It's interesting that you just called right now.
I was just thinking about you too.
Yeah.
So weird.
And then he sent him. Did you include the eggplant?
He didn't do
the eggplant.
Did you do the eggplant emoji?
Should I have?
Marsh just answered.
You know what you did.
He didn't answer the question.
He didn't. That,
I asked a direct question.
Yes or a no.
A direct question, and Marsh responded with a question.
Anthony, I don't eggplant and tell, you know?
Oh, boy.
Marsh. I was worried about Jamie for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, I got Jamie thinking clearly. And the person I needed to worry about the most was Marshy.
It was the one that went psycho in early October last year with you right here in this room.
I should have known then.
Those were the telltale signs that you had a crazy one on your hands.
The visions were all around us.
All around us.
I'm sure I'll have another one of those here soon.
Probably.
After the All-Star break.
What's trending is
Probably
next.
Tonight.
No, 101 ESPN.
Customer service is at the top of the list for my friends over there at Window World. And I can tell you this, that if you're in the market for replacement windows, there is nobody better in the business. In fact, our own St. Louis Blues, they are the preferred window for them, and lots of reasons why. How about they give you a lifetime warranty that covers all the parts, the glass breakage, and the labor? What's unique about that is that they use a double-strength glass that you don't usually see in replacement windows. So the fact that they're going to give a lifetime warranty on that and they give you a better product, that's really awesome. And what the double-strength glass does is, of course, the breakage. It limits the breakage, not stop it completely, but it keeps the cold out in the winter. It keeps the hot out in the summer, and it keeps money in your wallet. And that's what I love for all of you Window World customers, is keeping your money in your wallet. And as far as money is concerned, Window World is now offering 18 months same as cash financing with approved credit. So that's a great way for you to replace your windows. And again, it goes back to that customer service and customer satisfaction that Window World is famous for. So please take a moment and give them a call. Tell them Jamie Rivers sent you in. They're going to help you out. I can promise you that. And that phone number is 314-993-1800. That's 314-993-1800, or look them up at windowworld.com.
what's trending in the world of sports? The Fast Lane has you covered. What's trending now?
Brought to you by Goodwill. Donate to Goodwill and get a half-price Cardinals ticket voucher.
Welcome back to the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, I'm Andrew Marsh, and it's time for What's Trending. Guys, the Cardinals, they avoid the sweep yesterday, a 3-0 victory over Miami. Jack Flaherty picked up his 6th win of the year, 6 2/3. I was really hoping that he would go a full 7, but a big job by Chris Stratton gets the job done, and an interesting mound visit from Ollie Marmol that we talked about earlier today.
I loved it.
I mean, listen, a full 7 is always, what you're looking for, but if you can't get that, at least you get the quality start. You go over 6. 6.5 is 6.5 is far above average.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, it's a positive night for the Cardinals.
Just depends on who you are.
Mm-hmm. It's called winning.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
I agree with everything you said in the manner that you said them. So,
thank you.
Hopefully they get another win tonight, guys. They get their best pitcher on the mound in Jordan Montgomery. Here's the question, though. Do we have the wheel up?
Oh, do we do the wheel?
Oh, I have to say, listen, one victory doesn't eliminate the wheel. I mean, my goodness, last night, Marshy, we're sitting there, and Flaherty gets taken out of the game, and Andrew Marsh immediately texts our group chat saying, this is where
when
the bullpen blows it.
And Jamie and I
didn't text that.
Jamie and I had a separate text going like, can you believe this guy? He doesn't believe in them at all.
Yeah,
but then he accepts the text message as soon as...
Mm-hmm. I didn't even respond because I didn't want to be a part of that nonsense. I waited until this morning, so they avoided the sweep. And I sent a picture.
Marshy, I just appreciate your honesty from now on, please.
Every once in a while.
We'll do the wheel of sadness here soon.
Wheel of shame? Sadness.
Let's talk about some other sadness.
It's called the wheel of death.
A very sad day for Tom Brady. He lost $30 million in collapse of FTX.
Yeah, the cryptocurrency.
Yeah, him and Giselle was a joint effort, apparently. Yeah. Imagine, though, we're $30 million losing that. I don't want to say it's a drop in the bucket, but I don't think Tom Brady is going to get a job at Home Depot right now to make ends meet because of it.
No, he's going to get a job with the Las Vegas Raiders, which he owns, part owner, and he will be their quarterback by about week 6.
He's not coming back.
He needs the money.
He's
He'll
out
be
there
back.
with Kim Kardashian right now. You see all that stuff?
He's with Kim?
Well, there's rumors. They were spotted at a party talking to each other.
I heard about that rumor, too.
Yeah. I don't know why Tom Brady would do that. I mean, anybody who goes near that ends up damn near crazy after.
I heard
poor Kanye still can't figure it out.
Yeah, Kanye, well.
At least Tom Brady's career's already over,
That's true. That's true.
Not until he comes back because he needs the money.
Oh, wow.
Maybe he's going to be on Keeping Up with the Kardashians and get paid for it. This is his way out of the hole.
I heard he was
into it.
I heard he was with Britney Spears.
Could lose money.
And his bodyguards had to karate chop her in the face.
No, that was Victor Wembanyama.
Oh, that's right.
And that's funny that you guys bring that up because as of today, no charges will be filed following a brief investigation into the altercation this week involving Britney Spears and Victor Wembanyama and, of course, his bodyguard. The police reviewed surveillance footage of the incident. Check this out. With the report noting that Spears had hit herself in the face when a security guard pushed her away.
Yeah, I saw the video. I went and investigated this because it struck me.
Why are you hitting yourself?
What did Detective Jamie say?
Well, it struck me weird to begin with that the bodyguards, the people surrounding, wouldn't recognize that it's Britney Spears. She may not be your favorite artist, but she is one of the most recognizable pop icons.
It's Britney.
If you saw Britney Spears right now, you'd be like, okay, that's Britney Spears. If she came up and tapped you on the shoulder, you'd be like, oh my God, it's Britney Spears.
We'd say, what the hell is Britney Spears doing here?
Pretty much. Well, they were in Vegas, so it's kind of, she has a show in Vegas. So
I know, but you just said if she came up and tapped him.
When you ask me a question, Anthony, I'm going to answer it properly. And I just
Who's she
want to help
tapping?
Wembanyama, apparently, from behind. And the way that went down was he was walking away into a restaurant, and she walked up to just tap him. And the bodyguard, he did get a little overzealous. He kind of gave the backhand, like shoving her hands off of Wembanyama, which, I mean, I thought it was a little aggressive. Now, is it when he did smack her hands, and it did look like she smacked herself. But if he doesn't smack her hands, like he would have smacked, if he doesn't hit her hands, he would have ended up hitting her.
Yeah.
So I just thought it was a way, like, it's Wembanyama. Nobody, like, relax a little bit here. He doesn't need a bodyguard taking females to the ground because they're tapping him on the shoulder. I thought it was excessive.
She tapped him on the shoulder? He's like 7'5".
Well, it was more like his lower back, but still.
Didn't he claim that she tried to, like, dry hump him all over the place or something? What? His version sounded way...
Yeah, I saw the video, and I did not see any dry humping, at least not while the cameras were on.
Makes sense, okay.
But I thought the slap was a little aggressive from the bodyguard.
Okay.
Well, speaking of Victor Wembanyama, he makes his debut in the Summer League against the Charlotte Hornets, and that starts at 7 o'clock, and it is on ESPN. So if you want to check him out and...
Gonna watch that one there, Marshy?
Am I going to watch it?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Okay, all right. That's fair.
If Action Jackson told me, hey, you need to watch this one,
you would.
I probably still wouldn't watch it.
Oh.
But I appreciate him letting me know that, one of the top players to ever grace the hardwood is about to step on the floor for the first time.
Interesting.
So
why do they call it the hardwood? Like, do they have softwood?
Wood.
But what? I don't get it.
Well, it's Jamie. It's like they call the ice for hockey, the ice, because that's what it is. So.
Yeah, but if you call it hardwood, it'd be opposed to softwood.
I think it's just bouncy then, right? That stuff
nobody wants softwood.
I totally agree.
The basketball will not bounce that great on the
pace
softwood.
of play is much greater with hardwood. There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
Shall we spin the wheel of sadness?
Yes, please. So, this is how your Cardinals are either going to win it or the manner in which they're going to lose it tonight when they take on the White Sox.
Oh,
so,
did
Marsh.
you say win it? This is not what the wheel was made for.
Dude, there's win on the wheel.
No. There is?
Yeah. What?
It says win?
Yeah. It could happen. It happened last night.
I thought it just was a wheel of sadness to where how are they going to lose it?
Most of the choices are how they're going to lose it.
Oh, I do
For
see
example,
win.
yeah,
Look at
there's
that.
win.
I'm just not used
There's
to seeing
base
that.
running, so they could lose by base running, manager, defense, offense, starters,
or they could win,
or bullpen, and then we have win as well. We added that just because
When do we add that?
They could
Today?
win. No, no.
All right, sorry.
Do we have bullpen on there? Marshy.
What's Marshy doing here?
I don't know.
All right, Andrew, are you okay over there?
He's trying to write down bullpen.
We're good to go. We're good to go.
All right, go ahead. Let's spin this thing. Let's see what we got.
Give it some gusto, Marshy.
Yeah, really spin that thing hard. Wood. Like on a basketball court.
Yeah.
All right, the wheel comes up. Oh.
Yeah!
Yeah! Yes! The Cardinals are going to win tonight. Wow. The Wheel of Sadness, for the first time, has chosen the Cardinals to win.
In ever.
The Wheel got the text last night, too. Wheel's all in. All right, so your Cardinals are going to win tonight. Nice. That feels good. All right, it's 5:14. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. With Andrew Marsh and Jamie Rivers, I'm Anthony Stalter. Even though the Cardinals are going to win tonight, according to the Wheel, should they still trade prospects after they acquire them for, I don't know, Major League talent? We'll get into that next on 101 ESPN. last night on 101 ESPN, Marsh, you threw out an idea to us in the office about how maybe the Cardinals can use this trade deadline as a way to acquire prospects, but then use them essentially as currency in the offseason to get, to upgrade with major league talent. It's not a bad idea. So in other words, they use Flaherty and Montgomery, and if they can, O'Neill, DeYoung, Jordan Hicks, those guys, trade them for prospects, Jamie, and in this offseason, flip those prospects to teams that are rebuilding, that still has some major league talent, and you can upgrade your pitching staff that way. Marsh says a lot of crazy things. This one, I don't think is that crazy. I think it's a decent idea. It's complex. You got to get enough dance partners. First, you got to get the prospects at this deadline. Then you got to match up with some non-contenders who actually have talent that you want. But again, it's not a bad concept. Jamie, you want to crap over it, all over it, though. I see your face. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to crap.
You hate it. Go ahead.
No, I don't hate it. I just...
Worst idea you heard. Go for it.
No, it's not the worst. It's close. But we, as the Cardinals are concerned, I just don't know why they would do that. Like, if you're acquiring some prospects and you're doing it, like, it's because you want to rebuild this, retool this baseball club.
Yeah.
If you take those prospects, well, hey, let me reword it. If you are one guy or two guys away from being a World Series or a pennant contender, and you went and flipped Montgomery and Flaherty and those guys for top-level prospects, and then you use those prospects to acquire unique players to put you over the top, I'm here for it. But you're not that team. You're not that team. I'd rather get prospects that are cost-controlled, that are valuable, that can be with my team for 5 years, 6 years, before I have to worry about, free agency with those guys.
Yeah.
That's where my head's at. If I'm the Cardinals front office, I'm not trying to do a quick fix and flip this thing on its head so that I can be, a third-place team in the Central Division next year.
Right.
I'm trying to build this team so that 2 or 3 or 4 years down the road, I'm a World Series contender. And I think your team as it is, currently, adding some quality pitching puts you in a spot to be competitive in your division next year.
I guess it depends on what kind of prospects are you getting. If it were me, and I've mentioned this before, if I'm Mo, I'm using those players that we just talked about, the players on the expiring contracts, or if you can flip DeYoung and O'Neill, those players. I'm getting 4A type players, and I am highlighting or I'm focusing on pitching, starting pitching. There's guys in the league that are pitching for contenders that are good enough to be at the big league level, but because they're being blocked, they remain in AAA, or they're kind of going back and forth a little bit. Teams like Atlanta have these players. Teams like Houston have these players. The Dodgers have these players. There's 4A players. That's who I'm targeting at the deadline, because I can use those 4A players for my rotation again next year, and now I got young, cost-control players that know they don't have the track record yet, but I'm getting the upside. I'm exchanging, because I'm calling this season dead, so I'm exchanging the rest of this season and players that I'm unlikely to either bring back on my own or are unlikely to re-sign with me, and I'm turning them into 4A players, guys that are right on the cusp or just need a shot. Then in the offseason, I'm getting nasty, and I'm throwing some money around for guys like Lucas Giolito or whoever.
Why would you go after Lucas Giolito?
Well, I would go after Aaron Nola, but when Aaron Nola tells me to go blank myself.
But seriously, does Lucas Giolito move the needle enough for you?
Him and him alone as like an ace? No. But what do I have right now?
No, I agree.
And what do I have for my starting rotation?
But you could pick any pitcher in the league then at that point, because you have nothing.
True. This guy's 28. He's a former top prospect for Washington. Somebody that, he can miss bats, doesn't walk a lot of hitters. His ERA right now is 3.50 in 18 starts, 105 and a third innings, 112 strikeouts, a whip of 1.17. He's a solid pitcher. I don't know if he's going to return to Chicago. This was the guy that they got in return for Adam Eaton. Like, this was the main piece when they traded away Adam Eaton a couple of years ago. He is not an ace, but he is a solid number 3 that could pitch up to a number 2. Whereas, like, Jordan Montgomery, people are like, well, why don't you just keep Jordan Montgomery? Jordan Montgomery probably tops out at a 3.
So that's
He's
a good
1
question,
for you because
what are you going to pay Giolito?
He's going to cost $20 million.
So why not keep Montgomery?
Fine. Why don't you keep them both? Why don't you get them both?
Well, you can, but I don't like your attitude right there.
I don't. You know why? Do you know why?
You see that? He gets all pissy, and he as soon as you give him an idea, he's, oh, yeah, fine, then keep them both. Keep everybody.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Both of you guys, listen. I want you to listen. I apologize to both
Jamie,
of you guys.
I'm listening to you.
I apologize to you guys. I apologize to you, Marsh. I apologize to you, Jamie. I do.
Right.
I am sorry. Okay?
Hey, Marshy, turn off his mic. Quick.
That you guys feel that way.
No, you're not quick enough.
Listen. Here's the reason why. You asked me about Montgomery. Why not keep Montgomery? I think Montgomery's going to tell you to get bent. That's why. All the texts that are coming in about Montgomery, hey, why don't you just keep him? Why don't you just see it? I think he's going to be a Yankee again. That's why. That is my opinion. I don't have any inside knowledge on that. I think he's going to be a Yankee again. When he shoved against them last weekend, I think that was like the, hey, wink, wink, you know I can still pitch. You shouldn't have traded me. I'll see you in the offseason. I think he loved being a Yankee. Just my opinion. I don't think you're going to have an opportunity to re-sign Jordan Montgomery. That is why. So, like, the idea of Jordan Montgomery re-signing him, I'm all in. I think he's going to tell you to stick where the sun don't shine.
Yeah, I mean,
and I don't mean Alaska.
Well, actually, right now the sun shines
in part
for
of
most of the day. In fact, it's
that's right.
Yeah, it's like 12 hours of sunlight or something, I believe.
He's going to tell you to
more than that. Actually,
he's going to tell you to stick it where the sun don't shine, and I don't mean Detroit.
Yeah, that's a good one. Actually,
you know where the sun doesn't shine?
Detroit.
It does in the suburbs.
It actually,
really.
It actually is. I think Michigan is the state that gets the least amount of sun.
You are so
in
full
the
of it.
US.
You have no idea what you're talking about right now.
All right, I'll just Google it.
Michigan.
Every time I've been
Siri.
to Michigan.
You don't have it.
I
you don't have it
I got
on.
mad at her
You
yesterday.
just screwed over all of our
Yes, I
listeners.
did.
The reason I think you're
Sorry.
full of it is because the upper peninsula of Michigan, that is an amazing spot. People go up to Traverse City and they boat in the lake, and it's beautiful.
In the dark?
The states with the least peak sun hours are Alaska, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, and Washington, according to the Google machine. So I wasn't crazy, Jamie, and I didn't just talk out of my rear end.
Yeah, you did.
You know, that hurt my
Still did.
feelings.
You still did, because
That hurt my feelings when
Had
you
you
said
been
that.
wrong, you'd be like, yeah, I can't find it.
No, I wouldn't have.
I know how you operate.
I was just going
I'm
to say,
an honorable guy.
the darkness retreat is where the sun definitely does not
Yeah,
shine.
but we found
That's
out
true.
that it's not what I thought it was. It's just like some dude's basement where he has everything blocked off. What do you think? Aaron Rodgers is like, well, actually, it was just
went on a retreat.
It was in
No, you didn't. You went to Frank's dark hole.
He got the 99% curtains.
Too.
The blackout curtains.
That's basically what happened. He got put in a hotel room with no electricity.
Frank bought the really expensive curtains, and he called it a darkness retreat.
Yeah.
He's got to get a cell.
Anthony, I'll tell you what.
With a slot in it, and he to put the food in the slot for people, and that's it.
I have a darkness retreat for you. Come on over.
I don't want to see your darkness retreat.
Yeah, you do.
Not one bit.
Aaron Rodgers. I pictured like he's in some cave where it's like dark.
Yeah, no.
Like dingy.
Yeah. With like monks and,
Right.
like,
Whatever.
Hey,
like he
showed
has
up.
to travel
It's
to
Bob's
like the
darkness
northern
hut.
part of the world.
He's walking down stone steps into this like
waterfalls everywhere.
into this not man-made, nature-made like hole.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like one that you haven't done yourself.
Right.
And people are all down in this hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can't see each other because it's a darkness. It's underground, and it's like mysterious, and there's noises, and like you got to block it out. This is my dark hole. This is where my dark space is.
Yeah.
Not some guy's basement.
Right.
Hey, come on in. I duct taped the blinds for you.
I went to Target, got the really dark blinds, okay?
And in case that doesn't work, I got you a sleeping mask.
Right.
So we'll double down on this. God damn
And if
it.
you still can see, I'll knock you out for you. No extra charge.
Here's the blow-up mattress. Here you go.
Yeah. You're really roughing it here.
All right, we'll play biggest streak of the day and have the question of the day next in the Fast Line on 101 ESPN.
ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cards win 3-0 yesterday over the Miami Marlins. Jack Flaherty went 6 2/3, gave up 9 hits, walked 2, and struck out 5. Nolan Arenado picked up his 17th home run of the year. Jose Fermin is now a St. Louis Cardinal as Tommy Edman has been placed on the 10-day IL with right wrist inflammation. Fermin will make his major league debut with his first appearance. We talked a little City SC today. If you missed that conversation, make sure you go to 101ESPN.com or check out the 101 mobile app. City SC is taking on Toronto tomorrow, 6:30 start time. Once again, if you missed anything from today's show, head on over to the website 101ESPN.com or check out the 101 mobile app. Everything's brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. We have our instant replay show after the Fast Lane from 6 to 7. But coming up next, we have Beat the Streak and our biggest question of the day. I'm Andrew Marsh, and this Sports Center update is brought to you by Seliga Heating and Cooling, independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Hit baseballs.
All of my successes depend on me.
You're ready to hit.
The hits just keep on coming.
And his first big league hit is a bullet up the middle.
Time to play Beat the Streak in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN, and we have a new contestant. Unfortunately, our guy yesterday, he lost. He had Brendan Donovan. Great choice. Even fell to him, but unfortunately for him, Brendan Donovan went 0 for gopher. So Brian is our latest contestant for Beat the Streak, and he'll be choosing for the listeners today. What's up, Brian?
Hey, how are you guys?
Doing great. Thanks for playing today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, so Brian, you are going to go, is it last, Marsh, or you last?
No, Brian will go before me. So, yeah, I'm last because Garrett Cooper, old Coop.
Oh, Coop.
Couldn't get a hit last night.
Well, you shouldn't have gone against Jack Flaherty. We told you that.
Guess not.
I think I went against Flaherty too. Anyways, Marsh, what do you got for us? What's the standings?
All right, Anthony, you currently have a streak of 10.
Yes.
Jamie currently has a streak of 7. I have 0.
Attaboy.
And of course, we have Brian, who's joining us today. He is also at 0.
All right. Marsh, this is for the record, right? This is for a new record.
This is for a new record. So choose wisely.
Oh, boy. Okay. Let's see what the White Sox lineup looks like.
Oh, my God. This guy here. You should make a new rule. You can't have more wins with the opposition's players.
Jamie's right.
We should make a rule where you can't beat Jamie's streak.
No, I don't.
That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah, that's
all right, guys.
I'm winning this anyways.
I've thought a lot about this, and Jamie, I took what you said to heart. I did. I took what you said to heart, and I'm going to go with the White Sox. Give me Tim Anderson, please. Tim Anderson to extend my streak to 11 and beat Jamie's mark of 10.
I hope he blows a hamstring.
Tim Anderson. Oh, wow. That was a little harsh.
No, it wasn't. Actually, I feel that way. I really do.
Even though you felt that way, it was still harsh.
So?
You're rooting for a player to get hurt.
Life's tough sometimes, Anthony.
Wow. All right, Jamie, your choice.
Yeah, Paul Goldschmidt, please. Thank you. Very little.
Okay. Marsh has got the analytics on Paul Goldschmidt.
Paul Goldschmidt has been chosen 5 times by listeners. Well, he's been chosen more than that, but 5 times he has been the reason why listeners have ended up losing their streak.
Yeah, listeners.
That is true.
What about Jamie?
Jamie, I have not ran the numbers or the analytics or the statistics.
Yeah, take your analytics and shove them. Okay, let's go with gut feel on this one.
Your gut said Goldschmidt, did it?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going out on a limb. I'll say
sense.
Goldschmidt.
All right, Brian, your first Beat the Streak selection. Who would you like?
All right, this won't make Jamie happy, but I'm going to go with Luis Robert.
Yeah, come on. Wow. Come on.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thanks. Appreciate it. I know you don't mean it.
No, I do. I do mean it. I'm just upset.
Hey, Brian. It's just you and I. Yeah. He doesn't mean it. Not one bit. Marshy.
You're right.
I'll go with the St. Louis guy, Jake Berger.
Oh, okay.
Jake Berger. I think he's going to get a base hit tonight.
What, guys?
It's going to be burger time tonight, eh?
If you guys were trying to hurt me on a Friday afternoon, you've done it.
Jamie, all 3 of you. You don't have feelings. All right, so here we go. I have Tim Anderson tonight. Jamie took Paul Goldschmidt. Brian took Luis Robert. And Andrew Marsh took Jake Berger. There you have it. There's Beat the Streak. All right, Brian, good luck. Hopefully we'll talk to you next week. Have a great weekend.
You do the same. Thanks.
See you later, buddy.
Bye.
It's time for the Fast Lane's biggest question of the day.
All right, guys, we got a question today from John. He said, fellas, I was listening earlier to BK and Ferrario, and they were talking about Wilson Contreras being the least valuable player. What are your thoughts on Wilson Contreras
on
and
the
his
Cardinals?
struggles this season?
Wait, they said he's the least valuable player? Have they not seen the rotation?
Somebody wrote about it, I believe.
I thought Alex and T-Bone said that.
They had the discussion because...
What the hell are they on today?
Somebody talked about... Right, Marsh?
Yes, there's an article on MLB.com.
Okay. Talking about how Wilson Contreras is basically pure hot garbage.
Okay, one, he hasn't been pure hot garbage.
No, not one bit.
Not even at all. In fact, he's right in and around what he's supposed to be at. Yeah, and there's way worse players on this Cardinals team than Wilson Contreras.
Unfortunately, that's accurate. I'm looking at a lot of just his advanced metrics. Average exit velocity, 79 percentile. Max exit velocity, 99 percentile. Hard hit rate, 74 percentile. Expected slugging percentage, 76 percentile. Barrel percentage, 75 percentile. 50 is average, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So anything above 50 is above average. He's striking out at too high of a rate, but it's not terrible. He's getting his walks. I mean, I don't get that at all. Well, he's got 9 home runs, 34 driven in, 5 stolen bases. Yeah, the average isn't good, 235. The average is down. He's usually a 254 hitter. The on base is down a little bit. The slugging is down a little bit. He's off of his career norms. To call him, though, what is it, Marsh, the worst player in MLB history?
Valuable.
I don't think it was that. It was least valuable player.
Yeah, I just disagree. Is it on the Cardinals?
Disagree.
What about just in the league?
What?
No.
Least valuable player, yeah.
No.
What about
how much was this person drinking?
He was ham-sauced.
There's no doubt.
What about for the amount of money he's making?
No,
and
there's somebody out there that
acquisition.
sucks way more than him, for sure.
Let's find. How about Jacob deGrom? How about that?
How about Chris Bryant? He's not even playing.
I haven't even heard of him since he was traded.
Exactly.
Well, he got traded. Yeah, actually,
he did get hurt last year.
So there you go.
He was good with Anthony's Giants in that little stretch.
He was solid, and then he signed with the Rockies, and nobody's there.
Yeah, it's like Robinson Cano going to the Mariners.
Absolutely. Now, was Chris Bryant also in that Bob's darkness shack with Rodgers, and he just never came out?
Maybe.
I mean, it's all in play.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a different retreat.
I can't believe there's not anybody that's more that's least valuable than Contreras. Give me a break.
I think this article is hot garbage, and I think that the writer is the least valuable writer today for The Athletic.
Jason Stark was the writer.
Yeah, Jason Stark, he's usually excellent.
Wow,
Yeah.
John's brother.
No, that's...
Oh, no?
No, that's John Starks. This is Jason Stark.
My bad.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, so that'll cover it.
Yeah.
We hate that article, and it's terrible.
I just don't see it to be true. I've thought about it in my head. And if you take that one stretch, yeah, he was terrible. He wasn't going as planned. But since then,
what's Byron Buxton hitting? He's making a mint.
Yeah, there's got to be somebody on the Mets that is way overpaid right now that sucks.
Let's look at the Mets lineup.
I mean, come on.
Or the Padres, for that matter.
The Padres, for sure.
Yeah. All right. Okay, I think we torched that writer and that article enough.
Yeah, let's get him on Monday.
Okay. What do you think of your work?
Yeah, I'm glad you
You're terrible.
Today. Your article sucks.
It was awful. Jamie and I read it in the bathroom, and then we wiped. Okay, we've got Fade or Follow, and what you missed next on 101 ESPN.
Private.
Sorry.
It's time for FanDuel Fade or Follow on the Fast Lane.
Brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more.
Everyone follow us.
No fade.
Money, 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 money.
Time to play Fade or Follow. Casey's back again. No, Casey didn't win last week, but he didn't lose. We had told Casey that if the game got rained out, it's a draw, it's a nothing burger, and Casey was going to be back with us again next week. And as we promised, Casey's back this week. What's up, Casey?
What's going on, guys?
We're ready to rock and roll. We got a baseball play for you tonight.
Okay.
All right.
What other play did we have?
Well, we've gone, I don't know, Jamie, we've gone soccer damn near every.
Is there a soccer game tonight?
No, there's a soccer game tomorrow. It's never stopped us before. How about this, Jamie? Would you like to go with the play that we have for Casey, or would you like to go with the soccer play? Since you're mouthing off to everybody today.
Well, Anthony, since all of a sudden you've grown some Liberty bells here.
Marsh, get 911 on the phone for us.
I have him on speed dial.
I'm about to be knocked out.
No, Anthony, I was trying to help you out here, and look at what you went down this path. I'm more disappointed than I am angry. But go ahead.
Casey, bro, he broke out the dad thing on us. Now I feel bad. All right, Cardinals, White Sox tonight. Jordan Montgomery versus Dylan Cease. The total is sitting at 8. We like the under. Under's 5-2 in the last 7 meetings between these two teams in Chicago. 8-3 in the last 11 meetings overall. When they play interleague play, they being the Cardinals. Under's 10-3-1 in their last 14. White Sox have been trending under too. Last 4 home games have all gone under, and the last 10 games the White Sox have played in game 1 of a series, under in 9 of those 10. It is a low number though. It's 8. Would you like to fade us or follow us tonight on the under 8?
I'll follow you guys.
Yeah,
like
Casey.
There we go.
Don't watch the game.
I'm definitely gonna watch.
Casey, watching the games when you got the under, it's torture. Anybody that gets on second base, you start to freak out. But
right, I'm aware. I like to do the sports game one a little bit.
Well, there you go, Casey. Good luck to you. Go under 8, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, fellas. Thanks.
Right, have a great weekend,
good luck, man.
You too, guys. Later.
Right, thank you. That's Casey here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN, where you can download the podcast. All brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Talked a lot of Cardinals today and how they're going to turn things around. We also traded some more players. We also discussed the Blues, the grade. What grade would you give to the Blues this offseason? Talked to our guy, Brad Thompson, talked a little City SC, and we talked about, we actually said at one point, Marsh asked me a question, and I responded with, Ranthony would die on the air after giving his biggest rant ever. So, you want to check us out on the podcast, you can see why I said that. Marsh, I believe we got a visitor.
We certainly do. We were talking earlier about Tom Brady, and one of our favorites decided to chime in from, well, not the front office, but our front office, John Mozeliak.
Nice.
So John Mozeliak left us a message.
Beautiful.
So it's funny that I can cope when bad things happen, like Jordan Hicks throws the ball 20 feet over Paul's head and we lose. But what really pisses me off is when your show, quite frankly, mentions Tom Brady's name on your airwaves. I think you should know who your listening audience is. And I believe I'm one of your more prominent figures. I have a pretty big role with the team you cover. And the fact you don't know what's going on is obtuse. And look, I got my lawyer saying and arguing in court right now that, I was a part of another Zach Gallen, Sandy Alcantara-esque trade. When I'm not poboing, I'm blockchaining. I'm a big blockchain guy. I love crypto. Smarter than your average person, and I was in Bitcoin before it was at $1, and when it got up to 70K a few years ago, I decided it was time to sell. I was going to put it into my USD account, but then that commercial happened. I saw Tom's hair, I saw the sweater vest over his shoulders, and decided I'm going to move my $1.2 billion to FTX, and that trade was a ripoff. I lost that trade, and now I'm suing Tom. So please don't discuss him ever again.
Well, we had no idea.
I didn't know where that was going.
Went so deep.
But, wow, I thought he was just going to go with the whole standard. I mean, like a lot of people on the text line, not a lot, some people will say, why are you talking football? There's no football team here. I thought maybe that's where John Mozeliak was going.
Or I thought at one point he was going with the, Tom Brady's a cheater and stole a Super Bowl.
Right, yeah, like one of those, right? It's one of those two things. Yeah. Instead, John Mozeliak broke down why he doesn't want us to discuss Brady. And I got to be honest, I don't blame him on that.
He compared it to the Sandy Alcantara
totally
and Zach Gallen trade. So he really brought it all together.
Yeah.
Sure did.
Okay. Wow. Well, we're sorry. And I won't even say the second part. We're sorry.
We're actually really sorry.
Sorry, John.
Ish.
We'll give you the ish. Yeah. All right, Marsh, what do we got for criticisms and compliments?
Yeah, Anthony, right off the bat, you're wearing your Be Patient shirt.
Yeah, can everybody see this? Everybody got that?
Yeah, you're wearing your Be Patient shirt. We got a criticism right off the bat from, you guessed it, Anthony must have received his Mo bow tie today.
Why? Because I have faith that this team's going to turn it around after they won 3-0.
Because you're a walking Mo billboard right now.
I'm a walking fast lane billboard. I love the fast lane.
The font is a little bit bigger on the Be Patient.
I love the TFL.
That where we're going now with this?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, anyways, that was from the 618.
Well, 618, you can... Why is he still here?
Well, you can still reach us through the text line from Oakland.
Good point. And where's that damn raccoon?
It's possum.
Possum.
And, it's blossoming
Probably away because you don't even know what it is.
It's at my house playing with the puppy.
You're neglecting it, Anthony.
That's my fault on that.
From Adam on the YouTube chat, the opening yesterday was fantastic. Wait, we lost? Oh.
That was heartbreaking, quite honestly.
Yeah, we boy, that was bad timing to find out that the Cardinals lost in the way that they did. Jamie and I embarrassingly turned off that game when Jordan Walker hit the home run. So,
hey, it happens, you know.
We were optimistic that that thing was over.
Ooh.
Well,
what are you going to do?
It wasn't.
Anthony, you may have gotten a criticism on your shirt from the 618, but Hunter from the YouTube chat says Stalter looks jacked in that shirt.
Thank you.
He is.
Be patient.
What I like is the way your shirt rests up on your 1.5 inches of chest hair under there. You can just see it underneath. It's like little like little waves.
Sure.
It's like a bulletproof vest.
Little waves of pure pleasure, Anthony.
Yeah, that's nice. I like the demonstration you got there as well. Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate
Somebody, I don't know who, somebody wants to run their fingers right through that, Anthony.
Is that so?
Yeah. I don't know who, but, you know.
We were doing Am I Crazy earlier, and I had Am I Crazy talking about the Cardinals, and Droid FX from the YouTube page said I had a similar vision the other night, but I think I was severely intoxicated.
That happens.
Marsh's wasn't. He wasn't even ham sauced.
No.
He wasn't even on the ayahuasca.
He was sober as a gopher.
He was. He pictured, and here's the best part of Marshy's vision. It included Wayno dominating.
No, he's not even talking about that one. He's talking about the one that we talked about today.
Which one did we talk? Yeah, which one did we talk about today?
This team maybe be able to win the wild card if they had a good
we never
August.
talked about that. You did.
Well, I know. I brought it up.
Yeah, let's clarify.
We didn't talk about it.
No.
I
brought it up.
Your fault. All right, fair enough.
I did respond to the text.
You sure did. Much to the disappointment of our show.
From the 636, we'll end with this one. I could totally see Rivers being a global rock star. Can live the lifestyle and wear Speedos. Probably latex, too.
Yeah. Is there any other kind, quite honestly?
It's a good call on that.
If I'm wearing Speedos, I don't want anything to breathe down there. I'll lock it up. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. We appreciate everybody.
Slippery, too.
Tuning in, viewing.
What would your band name be called? Let Anthony decide.
Oh, wow.
My band name. I don't know.
We'll think about that one. We got all weekend to think about it.
We do.
Everybody have a great weekend. We appreciate you listening. Thank you. Appreciate you checking out the YouTube channel at 101 ESPN STL. Don't forget about the podcast available after the show. Everybody have a great weekend. We have the instant replay show coming up from 6 to 7. Hopefully the Cardinals will have something good to talk about next week heading into the All-Star break. 3 against Chicago. We'll be back on Monday. See ya.